live stream range test, we have the Mercedes EQS. We're going to be doing a ton of testing today. This is going to be many hours long, I suspect. What we're going to do is first start by warming the car up. We're actually not going to be performing our range test here, but I figured I'd bring you along for the entire testing procedure, everything I plan to do. So what we're going to do is first start by warming up the battery by DC fast charging the car. The car's at about 25% state of charge. We are first, I've driven it kind of hard, kind of drove it around. Let's try plug-in charge on Electrify America with EQS. I've never tried EQS plug-in charge, so we're going to just plug in. It should just do everything automatically. We'll see how this goes. So it says it's communicating with the vehicle. I'm looking forward to seeing how well this thing charges. Connecting to the vehicle right here and plug-in charge. Let's see if this works. Come on. We're at a 350 kilowatt charger. Hey guys, thanks for joining. We're going to be doing some EQS range tests in this live stream, so just strap in. Last time we did a live stream on this channel a few days ago, you guys loved it. I told you we'd do more, and here we are. It's still communicating. Let's see. It's thinking inside. What do we have going on in here? It's at 27% state of charge. It's processing payment. Oh, that's good. The communications here take forever, but at least it's working. And this is exactly what we want. And it said payment declined. Oh no. So the plug-in charge system, again, I haven't set this up. The car said it was active. Doesn't seem to be working. I guess we'll try it one more time. And this is all flashing red. Oh no, that's no way we want to start the day. And it could, look, it says unplug and reconnect your vehicle. Okay, why don't we try it with this connector, the right side connector. We can do this here. In we go. Nice and warm day, perfect range testing day here. So let's see if this will communicate better. Perhaps I need to have the car on. Currently it's off. It's gonna be a long range test. Yeah, I know, I'm gonna, and it says call and pay by credit card. It's not liking itself right now. Oh boy, so the plug-in charge isn't, this is not how I wanted to start the range test. Okay, well, let's hit the unlock. It says mobile pay reader currently unavailable. Guest, oh no. All right, well, let's hit unlock on the car to try and stop everything here. So unlock, we're gonna hit this plug disconnect, boom, and we will skip the plug-in charge or the free charging. I'm gonna get out the good old Kyle Connor phone here. We're gonna go to Electrify America here. We're now at charger 3. You have to look up top for charger 3. So let's see if we can find this. Here we are, Loveland, Colorado. 1, 2, 3, swipe, processing payment. It says initiating charging, please plug in. We can do that. And in we go, and you guys can comment along while we're here. Hello from Norway, hey from Colorado, beautiful day. You can see the gorgeous mountains off in the distance just over here. And so yeah, plug-in charge didn't work. And again, this could be because the car maybe isn't set up properly with an Electrify America account, but you would think a Mercedes media vehicle would have plug-in charge working. We're at a 350 kilowatt unit. It said 2 of 4 were available, but it looks like all 4 are actually available. This one hasn't been fixed for, I would say, almost a month. Let's see which, I guess this one's good to go. The one we're on is good to go, and it is charging. Really looking forward to see how this car charges. I had on-route preconditioning going, and this charger's working, so I don't know why the Mercedes was saying only 2 of 4 available. Let's take a look in here. We're doing 37 kilowatts. That doesn't seem so good, does it? It's ramping up 48, 50, 56. Come on, baby. You're supposed to do 200. Now the battery may not be fully warm. That's why we're charging it up before the range tests. 100 plus kilowatts right here, nice. Sorry for no stabilization here. 120 kilowatts, ramping up slowly. Again, this is a 400 volt car. And because CCS is limited to 500 amps, its maximum it can do is 200 kilowatts. And that's what the car is rated for. Not all the time the chargers can deliver, but 128 kilowatts right there. That seems pretty good. My guess is the battery wasn't totally warm. It sat outside overnight. And yeah, so I think that's the case. Anyway, we'll charge it up here until it dips below, I don't know, Sorry for the live stream dying there. Should be back now. It'll happen throughout the day, and we'll reconnect it best we can, as always. So let's see. Hello from Sri Lanka. Hey from Colorado. Let me know if it's not working or is working. Still doing 128 kilowatts. It says 53 minutes to full. Huh. Back. Good. Yes, I know. The cell service in Colorado really does suck. We're going to be doing this all day. I'm going to get the massage seat going right now. I got a pillow for a headrest. It's going to be so nice. Hello from the inside of your Polestar 2. Hello from the inside of the EQS with pillowed headrests. I do love the pillows personally. I think they're great. So, charging up just fine. The plug-in charge situation didn't work so hot. And yeah, I figured, you know, if I'm going to be doing this all day, may as well have you guys join us live. Oh yeah, hyperscreen tutorial. I put most of it in there, but there were some things here, if you take a look, that I didn't really show you. If I go to the EQ menu and then go to settings, this is where you get all the EV nerd stuff, which is what I wanted to show, but I kind of forgot. You can plan your charging stops, your range monitor. You can even set your state of charge at your destination from 10% to like nothing. I think 10% at a destination is good, and then a charging station, you just want to arrive dead, of course, so that's always good. Let's hit the start button, see if we can wake this thing up a little bit here. It says 100% charge in 52 minutes, charging station provider. Yeah, I guess for me, I'm just going to put all. So that seems pretty good. Neat. So here we go, 125 kilowatts. I like that you can monitor your charging everywhere. Yeah, starting the stream earlier than the other one. That's right. It's 10 a.m. right now, but I think it's going to take all day. This thing is going to go a long way. And there's an eco charging program. Let's put that on. It should drop the charging down to 100 kilowatts. So you can see it doing that here, and it'll limit to max 80%. So you can see it ramping down. That's perfect if you have to like run and do something and you need your car to charge slower, or you just want it to last longer. That's pretty sweet. And then I can turn eco charging off. We'll set this back up to 100% because, again, we're range testing, and you'll see it climb back up to where the car wants it to be, which at these temperatures, seemingly not that fast. On a 107.8 kilowatt hour battery pack, we're only doing 120 kilowatts. But again, it's sort of chilly outside, 50 degrees. I did try and drive the snot out of the car. So, yep, here we go. Yeah, it should be a fun day. Hopefully the live stream can last all day. We'll see. Yep, fingerprint magnet for sure, for sure. So I think what I'll do is I'm going to put you guys on a little stand so you can watch it charge up to full. I may actually run over here into Target and get an iPhone charger so we can keep this live stream going. I'm not totally sure yet, but let's just make sure everything is running nice and smooth and we can get you a good angle here. So it's going to get bumpy for a second. Just hold on tight. Here we go. There's that. Now you can monitor the charging a little bit. Let's see if we can get a better angle. Nope, not that one. That seems to be pretty good. Yeah, there we go. 127 kilowatts. You'd think it would do a little bit more than that, don't you? Let's see. All messages in the live chat. Here we go. Yeah, if you're watching, drop a like. That'd be awesome. We're going to do more live streams going forwards. We had really a great time last time we did this, so let's continue with that. And it'll just go. I guess I'll go out on Twitter and say, hey, we're doing this live stream all day. If you're bored, if you're really bored, put this thing on. That could be quite interesting. Stream Inception. I got it right here, too. Hello from New York City. Hey from Colorado. So let's copy this. Love the channel. Hey, appreciate you watching. Thanks so much. Let's go here. Track test and time runs. Yes, actually, we'll be out on our runway all day tomorrow. So we're going to do a lot more of that stuff coming up soon here. I don't know. What should I put on Twitter? If you're really bored, come watch this live stream. Hey from London. Hey, appreciate you coming on over. Louisiana, sweet. Utah, nice. Randy, come on over to Colorado. Arizona, sweet. EQS or Model S? Oh, good question. I was next to a Model S in traffic earlier, and this thing definitely rides so much better, no question. Hello from Laos. Hey from Colorado. Sorry for being a little bit distant right now, just tweeting. I am getting into Twitter. I like it a lot. I think it's a really fun platform. Let me run outside and get a picture of this thing. We're doing 138 kilowatts, so as it warms up, I'll scan my fingerprint to unlock it. And I can also clean the screen a little bit here, hopefully. That should look a little bit nicer. Nice. Charging time, 140 kilowatts. How do I get, here we go. Nope. Charging, there we go, 140. Warming up, getting faster charging. And I'm back. Hopefully I didn't miss anything. There we go. What do you guys think? Good tweet. I'm live streaming on out of spec motoring all day with the Mercedes-Benz USA. I got to put EQS. EQS 450 plus as I perform some range testing. Let's send it, shall we? Tweet. Boom. Rock and roll. Hey, thanks so much, Tesla Tino. Coffee on you. Hey, appreciate it, but I already got mine today. I'll get it tomorrow. Appreciate that. Yeah, 145 kilowatts. We're ramping up here. That's good. What do I think of the Rivian price increases? Yeah, interesting. And but they're actually going back. So if you had a reservation, they walked back on that. Right thing to do, in my opinion. But really not a well planned out situation, I would say. We'll have a Rivian here next week, or a little bit longer than 1 week to test. Almost 2 weeks. We'll have one for a week to do some stuff with. Similar to what we're doing with QS, range testing, charging testing, etc. So the plan, I guess, today is to do all the range tests, and then maybe even tonight do a charging test. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see how comfortable this car is. I need to pull potentially a stream of non-copyright music for this test today. So we'll see. 146 kilowatts at 47%. I mean, that's pretty sweet. Nothing wrong there. Did not have good plug-in charge. How's the car holding up? Well, we haven't even left yet. So we'll see. So the plan is, just so you guys know, I'll let you know kind of how today is going to go. We're going to sit here at the Electrify America charging station. Double glazing windows. This car is so silent, by the way. I could whisper. It's insane. Even going down the highway at 80 miles an hour, you hear nothing. So the plan is, I came down here. It's high power, and I drove the car pretty hard. Only 20 miles or so, but I wanted to warm it up on the DC fast charger. Then what we're going to do is get in the car once we charge up to 70-80%, something like this. Once we dip below 60 kilowatts ish, we're going to go up a few exits on the highway where I normally start my range testing, and that's at another DC fast charger. That's where we're going to go all the way to 100%. And that's a ChargePoint CPE 250 in 125 kilowatt shared configuration. So the plan is, you know, basically once I think we're charging slower than there here, we'll just go over there and top up the car. And then we're going to leave from 100% completion, drive at 70 mile an hour, GPS accurate, constant speed, all the way down to a stop. Now, I just set the tire pressures before I came here. I always swing by Discount Tire. They're awesome. They set tire pressures for free. So I went in there, they set all the tire pressures to where they need to be. The car was delivered with tire pressures all over the place. We had like the fronts at 53 and then one at 47. And I was like, whoa. We evened it all out, got good tire pressures, we're warming it up. This is the proper way to do the test. The only downside is this car is on winter tires, so that's going to hit the range, I imagine, a bit. And so we'll talk about that when we start this range test, etc. But I figured I'd bring you along for the full day of testing today. So that's what's happening. Back to the charging screen, 150 kilowatts almost at 50%. How long do I think it'll take? I don't know. This will probably be the longest car I've ever range tested personally, so we'll see. You got your Ioniq 5 in India. Sweet. Literally bricking chargers with your car maxing out. That doesn't make sense. Charger should be able to derate and have its maximum. Yep. What do I think about Lucid Air? Lucid Air is pretty sweet. Big range. How's the car holding up? Yep. So far, so good. Yeah, long day ahead of me. I know it's always, I kind of have to like plan my day around doing these range tests, my week, because, you know, this is a significant amount of time to be away from the office or filming other videos. And it's just for one video. And you guys know we have multiple channels. We really have to produce a lot of content. So this is a big time suck, but I really think it's important. And I believe this is the first US proper range test of EQS. Do I have eco charging enabled? Negative. I already showed that. I had it enabled earlier and it went down to 100 kilowatts and then it bumped back up to 150. I wonder if this is affecting the view. No, not really. Is it on the most current over-the-air update? Yeah, so I tried to update it yesterday and it said, hey, you're up to date. Let's just check again here to double make sure. Settings, system, software update, and it says no update available. So it's maxed out. When do you think you'll get a new Texas Model Y? I don't know. I have a friend of mine who has an order in that should probably get one out of Texas, hopefully. So we'll see. The UI has an old Windows Vista vibe to it, potentially. I don't know. I actually don't mind the UI. I think it's pretty sweet. It's snappy. It works well. I'm not a huge fan of this hyper screen because, you know, it's 1, 2 screens behind one sheet of glass. Oh, new Kia Carnival. Those are actually pretty sweet. And, yeah, so not a huge fan of that. But I actually like the base car that has this screen that comes up. But if I were to get an EQS, which I don't think I would get an EQS, I'd probably go Taycan for this much money. You can spec the base car with the base screen, but all-wheel drive, the 4MATIC cars, comes standard with the hyper screen. A lot of glare, not really from my angle. Here, I'll put you up at eye level here. Not much. And I had this car and stuff. Also, I have the glass roof open. So, yeah, I'd say not much glare, surprisingly, considering how much glass this is. My Tesla fingerprints like crazy. I don't really think there's a difference in the fingerprinting world, per se. Should I see if it comes with a cloth, though? Let's see what we have. We have some plastic bags. We have some, and we have an owner's manual, pebbled leather owner's manual with a booklet. Yeah, but no cleaning rags of any kind that I can see. There you go. This car also has a dash cam that can record kind of like Sentry mode when the car is parked, and it'll save your footage in here. So lots of cool stuff. Let's see what else we have here. Oh, cool. Got a plaid. That's awesome. Plaids are great. Let me know if you guys are back. Sorry, the stream cuts in and out, etc. Hopefully we're back now. Back, sweet. Yeah, what I was saying is I've never charged EQS more than 160 kilowatts. Peak of that is all I've seen, and it's rated for 200, but I don't know. I've never been able to get one at 200 kilowatts. I've also never really tested it, so we'll see after this range test if I can bring it all the way down and heat it up and get it up to 200 kilowatts. We've done a 0 to 100 warm, and it did 160 the whole time. Just sat flat at 160. Similar curve to this, so I'm not sure where they're getting their 200 number. It's possible the chargers are just not capable of delivering 500 amps. And again, keep in mind this is a 400 volt car. And again, just like all of our normal live streams, if I'm not getting to your question, just keep putting it in there and I'll get to it eventually. They don't stay on the screen very long. Do I know when the EQE will be available in the US? No, but I think they're having journalists ride along in it next week or something like that. What am I most excited for that's just around the corner? Rivian mostly, yeah. Am I going to take it on a road trip? We'll see. I asked Mercedes for the mileage to take it on a road trip. I mean, there's no, you know, it's always courteous to be like, hey, I'm going to take your car on a big trip and pile miles on it. And I think they were like, yeah, no real issue, but they just have to double check. So we'll at least do the range test and some other stuff and try and keep the mileage reasonable before they give us the full okay to take it on a big trip. But what's crazy here is we're at 65% state of charge and it's projecting on a guessometer 250 miles of range. And that's after driving the snot out of this thing. So this is just going to go really, really far. Yeah, Model 3 is fine. Actually, I've done plenty of stuff. That rear wheel situation happened a while ago. We don't post videos right away sometimes, so that one happened a little while ago. It's all fixed now. We were out drifting around with it yesterday on track, actually. It was just a sensor. Yeah, EQB, that's sweet. That'll be cool. Did you put a reservation in for the Fisker Ocean, Bob? That's sweet. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that car. Really am. What is the MSRP of the vehicle I am on, or I'm in, I guess is what you meant to say. Let me see if I can find the sticker. I believe it's 122, although I may have brought the window sticker inside the house, or the office, I should say. Let me see if I can find it over in here. Window sticker. Here we are. All right, ready for the spec on this bad boy? Boom. EQS 450 Plus. We have $1,300 in Napa leather, $1,500 in this wood trim right here, this yacht wood trim. Not much of it, but it is nice. $250 in 110 volt charging cable. Wow, so is this a vehicle that doesn't come with a 110 volt charging cable? It does not have beginner driving mode or valet mode, which is a $50 credit. Has air balance package, energizing air control plus with HEPA filter, so it's got the really cool climate stuff going on. It's got dash cam. It's got range optimized summer tires. Actually, this one doesn't. It's on winters. It's got 20-inch wheels. This one may, but it's not the 5 spokes. They changed the wheels for winter tire wheels, so it's not what was originally delivered. Head-up display, laminated safety glass, center console in this yacht wood. I already explained that. Rapid heating front seats. That I've already felt. That's great. Active ambient lighting. MBUX hyperscreen. $7,200 for the hyperscreen, by the way, on EQS 450. It's standard on the all-wheel drive 580. And it has the exclusive trim with front multi-contour seats with massage and 4-zone climate control and destination. So that brings a base price of $102,310 to $122,100, which I actually think is pretty reasonable considering how this car drives. It's priced right. It's priced right alongside, if not even a little bit cheaper than your standard combustion S-Class. And it certainly is much, much quieter. Although I do love the combustion S-Class. I've been lucky to test those as well. Hello from Aurora, Colorado. Hey from Loveland, Colorado. Just up the road. But I think we should head out here pretty soon, but we're still doing 122 kilowatts, so I guess we'll just let her charge up. charges pretty good deep into the pack. I mean, we were just cold, so this is good that we juiced it up here a little bit before we did the range test. Lucid Air versus EQS. What would be my quick pick? Quick pick EQS, I think. It's just rides so much better. But the Lucid Air is pretty sweet. You can just tell, like, this car has so many, like, stupid, in-depth features that would take in years and groups of people a million hours to work on. So, yeah. I did try to put OBD into it. Actually, I think the port is still in the car, but I can't get any readings off of it. I think Mercedes has their computers locked down. It's actually the same with my smart car. I can't get any readings on that. So, for some reason, I'm having trouble reading Mercedes OBD codes. But I did try. Hello from Germany. Hey from Colorado. We have not decided on an SUV yet. I actually have a car on order, but it's a hatchback. It's not an SUV. We should do a collab with the TFL guys. Yeah, we see them from time to time. See them a lot on programs. They're great. Loving their content. They actually just had this car right before us. Jealous of this charge rate. Your old Bolt would max out at 50, and here I am complaining about the charge rate not doing well. I mean, right now it's fine. We've tapered. We're at 119 kilowatts at 74%, but plugging in at 25%, yeah, really wish we had a little bit more juice. It's going to be a long day, folks, so strap yourselves in. I think I'll kick back on the seat massage function. Comfort. Let's go with a classic massage that's intensive. Wonderful. So once it dips under 60 kilowatts, that's when we'll head out and go to our charging station where we'll start the range test. That's my plan, at least. Am I getting the Taycan Cross Turismo? No, I'm going to go for the Sport Turismo when I order mine. And I should say, I pretty much have the order done. It's just the dealership doesn't have an allocation ready for it. So it's going to be a long time. Range, that's what we're going to find out. Let's see. Subaru has been known for their boxer engines. How can they differentiate themselves in the EV world? Well, I don't think they're taking the right approach with the Solterra, to be honest. From a brand perspective, although we'll see. Which OBD reader I'm using, I don't know. I have like 5 different ones. This one's a V-Pack. I tried a whole bunch of different expensive ones, inexpensive ones. I got plenty, and that was the last one I tried and couldn't get any data and forgot to rip it out of the port. Is this the car where they don't allow you to go under the hood? Yes, but there is a hood release, I believe, somewhere in the car, and it opens up pretty normally. But they just don't want you to go under there. Not really sure why. What was the name of the rooftop cargo carrier we have for our Model 3? It's the Yakima Grand Tour 16. I believe is the official name. Comparison between Model Y versus Ioniq 5 versus EV6. That and more. We're going to do a whole SUV comparison soon. Once it warms up a little bit. It's hard to get all the cars together in one spot, but I think we can do it. We'll have XC40 recharge in there and a bunch of stuff. Does it use a heat pump? Good question. I believe yes, but I'm not 100% sure. Do we plan to visit Switzerland on our summer trip? It's possible. The problem is sometimes you can't bring media cars into Switzerland because it's technically not part of the EU tax situation. So you have to like get a carnet and register them in there, and sometimes it's not always possible. What is that charging pause? I don't know what you mean. Oh, this thing right here? I think it's to set it to only charge during certain times of the day. Yeah, to save electricity costs, and you can say when you don't want it to charge on AC charging. If my Model 3 battery died outside of warranty, would I choose to scrap it? Well, I don't think the whole battery would die. That's sort of a misconception. A component of the battery would fail. We may have to break it open. And yeah, I'd bring it over to probably Electrified Garage and have those guys break into it. I'd want to see what's wrong. We got to make videos about it. I mean, it would be interesting if it happened. But that's very YouTube, point of view. 102 kilowatts at 80%. That's really not bad. That's good charging right there. Car's predicting over 300 miles at 80%, and that's a guessometer. That is not rated range. And that's from driving it crazy hard, too, because I was trying to warm it up. Not crazy hard, but, rolling into it, doing wide open throttle from time to time. Yeah, even at this charging rate, it's not bad. Not bad at all. So you just got a notification your vehicle's 80% charged. Nice. Yeah, we reached 80% pretty quick. I was surprised how minutes to top up to full, which makes sense, but still 94 kilowatts at 82% is awesome. And so I'm pretty pleased with that right there. Did I fix the Model 3? Yeah, if you watch to the end of that video, you'll see we fixed it actually. And this was a while ago. Yeah, Model 3 Performance does 50 kilowatts at 80%, maybe like 55 now with the new charging curve. This is double the speed at the same state of charge. Again, this has a lot more energy in the battery pack. It's actually almost twice as much energy than my Model 3. Yeah, I would say pretty fast charging considering 107 kilowatt hour pack, not even huge numbers. Like we never saw more than 140 kilowatts, I think. And yeah, I mean, that really isn't terrible. Good charging. Great curve on this car. May not have the peak speeds, but it's got the curve. Did it just stop charging? Why did it do that? It says your charging session is stopped. I didn't tell it to stop. So what's up with that? Okay, let's take a look over here. It says, please unplug. The only thing I can think is maybe the credit card on file didn't work. I don't know. I just got new credit cards, so that could be. It didn't say there was an error. It just stopped charging on us. That's weird. You hit 30 minutes? No, I wasn't using the Electrify America plug-in charge. It didn't plug in charge actually. So this was just on my account. Anyway, I guess that's a sign. Let's just head up to ChargePoint station. Let's see the specs here. We added 62 kilowatt hours, and here we go. Cost me $28. I must not have my Pass Plus membership on. Yeah, I think I must not have updated my card on here and just used what I had left. That's my guess. Yeah, but I didn't get any free session because I couldn't get plug and charge to work on this car. So that is that. Also, this is interesting. You see this plug here? It goes in this way. I actually have been putting it in like that, and I couldn't get the level 2 connector in. That's because it has to go this way. These things are dumb. There we go. So let's take one last look at the car here. I want to look at these wheels and tires. So we're on Bridgestone snow tires. They're Blizzak LM005 265/40 R21. So it's on 21-inch wheels. This car was originally delivered on 20s. It has rear steer, of course, 10 degrees of it. Looks pretty good. And yeah, so not I don't really have an answer as to why it stopped charging, but it did, and it's really not the end of the world. Let's just head up to ChargePoint where we can start this range test. Yeah, I would say it was a 30-minute. So I'll put you guys, how am I supposed to do this? Like this? Something? Like that? That's a pretty good view. I don't want to get that camera mount in there the whole time. That's kind of what I'm working with before we get a new setup. Let's see. Let me get the seat in order. We'll get in the right seating position. I can use my fingerprint to unlock MBUX, or can do facial recognition. Windows up, camera around. Oh wait, let's get the charge unit plugged in where we want to go. So you can see here, we're here, it tells you, please insert the charging cable to start charging. I did that and plug and charge didn't work, but that's okay. We figured it out. So max 150 kilowatts. That's not true. Charging fees, 43 cents a kilowatt hour. Mostly good availability. That's interesting. Cool. All right, let's see where we want to go. We want to go north up, first of all. Where are we? Here. And this is kind of the area we want to go. Wellington. So it should know of those charge point units right over here. There we are. It says 50 kilowatts, but it's actually charge point come and go. They are at least claimed 125 kilowatt units. Interesting, it knows the weather. It knows what's in the area. That's so interesting. Let's go there. Put it on 1 auto for fan. It says we'll arrive at 77% state of charge. We'll hit some traffic. And yeah, why didn't I go to charge point to begin with? Yeah, EA is just significantly faster. I mean, we would be charging at 50 kilowatts versus 150, and I kind of wanted to drive it and warm it up anyway, so I don't mind charging it, driving it, and then charging it. I don't know if it knows the wind, but I will say this infotainment's stellar. It does the things EVs need to do, which is it needs to precondition the battery before DC fast charging. It does that. It needs to have good route planning. It does that. And you can even say, I want to arrive at a charger at 10% state of charge, 15% state of charge, just based off of your comfort levels. And then there's one last thing it needs to do. What was it? I'll make a whole video on this. Route planning. Oh, and plug and charge. And it has that, although we haven't experienced it working. So I don't know. Again, I don't know how this car was set up. It may not have been totally set up properly. But it's going to be a warm day today. It's going to be like 65 degrees and cloudy-ish, so it's going to be perfect. Is the EQS the quietest car I've ever driven? I don't know. I've driven some of the Rolls-Royce stuff, and that's really quiet too. I mean, at this point, yeah, it's in the top class of quietness. And we're actually going to start a standardized noise measuring test. We have a testing facility that we just signed some contracts with. We get it tomorrow. And it's going to be awesome, and you guys will be blown away. We're going to do all the drag races. It's almost a mile-long runway. You're the first to hear about it, and it's just going to be super, super cool. So that's where we can do like braking tests, acceleration tests, noise tests, thermal testing. It's going to be so nice. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. We'll have to get some snacks at Come and Go because I haven't eaten yet today. But once we start this range test, there's no stopping, or at least unless there's like an emergency. But I don't think I've ever stopped in the middle of a range test before. I don't want to do it today, although this is genuinely the longest range electric car I've ever range tested. I think I've done Model S big batteries. I think this will go farther. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe not that a new dual motor. I kind of wanted to find a dual motor Model S in Colorado to do at the same time. What's the brand of the phone holder? I'm not sure, but I'm not pleased with it, so I'm not going to recommend it because there's no way to have you not staring at it, basically. All right, so let's rock and roll. The battery's pretty warm, so we're just gonna drive it as normal, nothing fancy. Comfort mode is the best way to drive EQS, putting in ultimate comfort suspension. That's how I like to drive. That's the Bustang. That's the name of that bus was the Bustang. Love it. Let's actually put it in sport mode here just for a second and see if we can feel some of the handling. I don't want the phone to fall, but we will have a pretty fun on-ramp that we can have some fun with. So had a little ABS through the brake pedal over a bump there, coming through this way, full power. So quiet. That's wide open throttle. It's so quiet. Standing on the brakes. These snow tires don't have much grip. It's just ESP the whole time. And now we're behind a truck, of course. But if I nail it coming out of this corner, Little bit of rotation, that's good. Back to comfort mode, EQS style. You guys, this is going to be the quietest range test. I mean, I'm doing 50 miles an hour right now, and you can't hear anything. It's so quiet. Wow, wonderfully quiet car. And now we're merging up onto the highway here, heading to where we're going to start the range test. That Tacoma's full throttle in front of us. Wow, so this is like broken, hardcore concrete, right? Like this is the stuff that was making all that noise in the Model 3 live stream the other week, and now we hear nothing. It's just crazy how quiet this car is. You can hear that Tacoma shifting all over the place. He's got a Y exhaust on the back of it. Not a fan. I do like loud cars genuinely, but I'm not into that Toyota V6. So the Tesla Supercharger is off to the right. That's where we've been running the Model 3 down before. It's on the by this building up here on the right. Yep, and Rivian reversed the charges for reservation holders. Even if you canceled, they'll let you re-reserve at the lower price. I don't know if that means you skip your place in line if you give that up, but at least you'll get the lower price. And going by the Tesla Superchargers on the right. Yeah, if you're worried about road noise, buy an EQS. It is dead silent in here. It's crazy. That truck tire noise is the loudest thing out there, and then second would be the air conditioning fan. It's just wild. Yeah, the Tacoma transmissions, I've driven them a lot. They hunt around. Totally agree. But probably even more so here at altitude or under load. Yeah, 102 grand is actually really very reasonable considering this car's quality and noise level. No issues there at all from me. And it's actually a little bit cheaper than the combustion S-Class, which is pretty amazing. Yeah, it might be louder to you because you're by the windshield. I don't know. I wish you could hear what I'm hearing, which is nothing. Does it have autopilot? Well, autopilot is a Tesla term, so no. But it has Distronic plus million, all the crazy Mercedes stuff. And yeah, it'll basically stay in its lane. It makes lane changes for you. It's pretty sweet. It's good. We'll use it on this drive coming up. And now you guys can see, because of this dense traffic, is why I start my range tests on the other side of Fort Collins, on the north side. So it was good to warm up the pack at Electrify America. So then we'll do a full charge at the CCS chargers in Wellington. And again, I just did that to save some time, because the CCS chargers up there are, again, probably going to do no more than 50 to 60 kilowatts into this thing at 400 volts. Do I have a stylist or clothing sponsor? You always look fresh. Are you kidding me? That's got to be a joke. I wear the same thing all the time. Yeah, so it does have attention assist, which is a great feature where if you happen to fall asleep, and I've forced the system, you know, when I first reviewed this vehicle, into sort of thinking I was taking a micro sleep, again, under as safe conditions as I possibly could, and it like freaked out, and it was like, wake up, you're falling asleep. It was really, really good technology. Yeah, it's really hard to get EQSs right now. They're in short supply, and a lot of dealers have huge markups on them. There was one here in Denver, I think, with a $50,000 markup. I don't think there's much difference between a Euro and US spec EQS. I think they're pretty similar. This is the most comfortable comfortable drive ever. I'm just floating over these bumps. You can barely tell. It is so nice. It's got this very wafting suspension to it. The Mini Clubman in front of us has the brake lights that infuriate me because they light up in the bumper. Kind of like the new Bolt and Bolt EUV, they do that. The new refreshed Clubman with like the Union Jack taillights though, now actually operate in the door for their typical brake pedal. But I just think it's crazy that this one lights up the bumper. Which trim do we have for EQS? The EQS 450 Plus. I think I put that in the title of this live stream. Let me know if I didn't. I might be able to call someone and ask them to add it. It should be in the title. Oh yeah, I forgot to get a charging cable. I'm actually using one now, and I kind of want to see if it's charging. We're actually charging. I think we're good with what we have. There's also a wireless charger if I need it, but I try not to charge the devices during the range test. I know we're getting like real nitpicky at that point about consumption, but yeah. And just so you guys know, we are not on the range test right now. We're heading to the start point. That's why I'm in this dense flowing traffic. I want to get to the other side of all this crap before doing the range test. Oh, we don't have trim here in the US. Like you meant, like premium, exclusive, or pinnacle. The car's kind of optioned in battery pack, and then you can just do standalone different things, I believe. Although I could be wrong. I don't know. I haven't built one on the configurator in a long time. But this car doesn't, I don't think it says it has any special package. It has massaging seats. So we need to play around with the drive modes a little bit. I'm going to put the car in eco mode right now. Well, that really dulls the accelerator pedal. It actually puts a ledge in the pedal at 70 miles an hour. So I've basically, it has a moving, that's so interesting. It's kick down switch. It's got two kick down switches. How about that? So there's like a wall that I hit at 70 that's like, you're not getting any more power. Then I can go to its bubble kick down switch at the end of the throttle, and I can depress that again. That's interesting. So it really only likes to do 70 miles an hour in eco mode. There's also two eco climate modes. I think you can set the eco speed, but 70 is perfect because that's exactly what we'll be doing. Since we're on the highway now, I should actually check the GPS speed of this thing as well. So when we do our range test, we know we don't need to do it in real time. Yeah, this is going to be well over 5 hours, I think. So let's see, we're doing 73, let's set the cruise at 70, boom, locked in, and yep, right there at 70 miles an hour. I have a look at this.
Attempt to reach you to update the coverage to our most affordable plan.
We're reaching you about your extended warranty. Gosh. Use a different number every time. I really wish that was illegal. Or maybe it is and they just can't find the people who do it. So the car's making a lane change on its own. I'm not doing anything here. It's doing all this. How about that? Pretty sweet. Yep. We're trying to, actually they said, we're trying to reach you about your car's extended service contract. Yeah, I agree. It's really hard to own a daily driver or road tripper without lane centering. Yeah, EQS and the Lucid would be a good race. Good trip race. I'd love to line that up sometime. I wonder what would be faster. I bet the Lucid would win. Just comes down to thermals. I'm not sure if the Lucid Air could handle sort of being driven quickly and quick charged. But that's, you know, they just got to send us a car so we can play around with it, but they haven't, so I don't know. Yeah, EA works pretty fine for me most of the time too, actually. I really haven't had that many recently. And again, issue, this plug-in charge, it may have just been that the Mercedes wasn't set up right. But although the car says it's activated and ready to go, but it just didn't seem to work there. And, but the charging itself was fine. It was just the payment process that was the issue. You know, getting it over to there. Oh, and I guess it did shut off after 30 minutes. I don't know what that was about. I gotta check my account, make sure I have my new credit card on there. It could be that it was just my old card, like I mentioned. Ride quality of this versus Model S. Oh, this is 10 times more comfortable. This is luxury cruising. And it's doing all these lane changes on its own. Wow, absolutely wonderful cruising experience. The lane changes are great. I'm going to use my massaging seat now because I'm not going to use it during the range test. I'll go with a activating massage this time. Yeah, there's no comparing this or a Model S. Look, like, you can compare them, of course, because they're both electric cars, and they use different charging networks. They're so different. This is just a whole nother level of driving comfort on the highway by far. And now we're going by the Budweiser factory here on the left. We've passed it multiple times in these videos. Yeah, if these automakers made desk chairs, that's a great idea. I bet we could actually do that. We could probably just buy like 10 EQS seats and 10 Model 3 seats and just turn them into chairs. Braking for this truck coming over. Car did a pretty good job there, I have to say. The EQS claims it can do 200 kilowatt charging, although I've never seen it. Is it 107.8 kilowatt hours? Isn't that net capacity? I don't know what gross is. I could be wrong. I haven't really actually looked. I was going to do that. I have notes on this that I was going to look before I shot the charging video. I don't know if it'll tell us how many kilowatt hours we pull out of it. I don't think it will. Well, we've already stopped at the EA station and it didn't give us 200 kilowatts, it gave us 145 or something like that, but it was a cold pack. And now we're heading to a charge point station that won't be able to max this thing out. No, I won't unlist the video after it ends. I just don't think people are going to sift through, 5-6 hours of live stream to get the results. I'm not here to hide results, so I think perhaps we'll just have a nice documented video and out-of-spec reviews of range, and out-of-spec motoring. We'll have more of our live streams of the actual testing, is how we're doing it. At least we're playing around with it. I don't know. Just see if you guys like this idea, that's what we'll do. Yeah, the EQG, the electric G-Wagon, I am excited for that. Check this out, it's an Escalade EXT in front of us, the pickup truck Escalade. Such an interesting car. Yeah, if I miss your comment more, you're more than welcome to put it in again. Am I excited for the $100,000 dealer markup? No, I don't think anyone is. Looks like New Mexico. I'm in Colorado right now. Yeah, the EQS 9 ambient lighting. In all modern Mercedes, actually, they do a great job. I guess we could probably go a little bit faster. This thing has pretty good torque for just being the base model. Yeah, I've seen Lincoln Blackwoods before. I take a picture every time I do. Especially the first gen. Yep, this car has the hyperscreen. I have a whole video on the infotainment that went up this morning on out-of-spec reviews. Kind of a niche video, is not performing well at all, but it maybe should be helpful to someone. Do you have to keep your hands on the wheel in, when it's doing lane centering? Yes, you do. And in the capacitive wheel, so you don't need to put torque into the wheel like you do with other cars. It just feels your hands on the wheel and know that you're touching it. Way safer than having to put torque in to tell the car you're there, I think. Hey, thanks for watching the content we create. I appreciate it. We're doing a lot more EV stuff, especially as it's starting to get warmer out and into this year. We still will review combustion cars because it's a big percentage of cars on the road. But, yep, there will be plenty of EV stuff to come, especially here on this channel on Out-of-Spec Motoring. Will an autopilot buddy work? I don't know. I wouldn't try it. I think that's actually pretty dangerous, in my opinion. I really think you do need to pay attention on any of these systems. And yes, it does seem to respond to torque and capacitive touch. What's my guess for best mile range? I don't know. I really don't know what to expect here. I think it's going to go well over 300 miles at 70 miles an hour. This is the first test I've seen. I don't know if Bjorn's range tested at 112. So I'm curious to see how it'll do. Oh, that Jeep that's a manual up front, he just like dumped the clutch and chirped the tires. Not the one in front of us, it was a older one up there. So now we're heading to the charge point station to start this rain test. So hopefully you guys get a little bit of the behind the scenes look as to what I do when I do these range tests. I'm pretty particular about making sure testing is good. I don't know what EPA range is. Of course, I'm going to look all of that up before we shoot the full video. See, the thing is, I've filmed with EQS so many times. I have all these notes of conversations with engineers and how things are working. I just haven't reviewed them, but I have it all in my phone. Am I going to meet up with Bjorn? We tried to, actually, when I was in Norway last time, but didn't work. Oh, the Jeep stalled it to a head. There he goes, dumps the clutch again. I love rear steering, too. It makes these tight maneuvers just so effortless and amazing. This gas station always sucks because there's so many trucks that idle and they're pretty loud, to be honest. So, not that I'm against trucks. I am a truck guy. I just hate the noise when I'm trying to film. Look at that rear steer getting us right around. Just amazing. Come and go. Cue your fun comments. We should have Come and Go sponsor us for these range tests since we start them here. We can't accept money from automakers. I don't take payment from any automaker, but we can do charging companies or suppliers or things like that. We need to stay in business somehow, but we'll never accept payment for a car review. All right, backing into the charger and skirt. Here we are at the charge point station. So now it becomes a little bit more important to get all the settings correct and everything. Let me grab this. Let's flip it around. So for DC fast charging, let's take a look at our status of everything right now. We are at range charging. Here we are. We are at 76% state of charge. 100% we have it set to. I don't think it makes a difference, but I'm going to put the car in eco mode now. I'm also going to set this to, let's see, 1. If I go to climate menu, we're going to go to eco level, eco here for climate, not eco plus. Eco plus means you can't change the temperature. So we're on level 1 of eco, and you guys will see me film the main video with all this. I'm also going to run inside and get some snacks and stuff like that. So let's shut the car off for now. let's see how it goes plugging into the charge point unit, shall we? So here we are, CPE 250s, 4 stalls. You guys will recognize this from a lot of our range tests. Charging ports on the back right-hand side. Here we go. Lovely. I'm gonna pull up my charge point card here, not my credit card, charge point. There we go, hold to the reader, boom. Authorizing. Plug in, no problem, we will. There we go, in we go, make sure it is, yep. And we're in. So let's see if this works. It shows in use on the charger up over here. Looks good. Nice day for sure, beautiful day. It's warm out. I rolled up my sleeves, perfect range testing day. No wind. Take a look at the flag, literally no wind. I mean, it just doesn't get better than this. No big sun. And I like that too. So now we're at 77%. Let's take a look at how much power it's delivering. It's putting in 43 kilowatts, 50 kilowatts, 60 kilowatts, 68.9, 70. That's the most I've seen on a 400 volt car. 88 kilowatts on a 400 volt car. Holy smokes, this is awesome. This is the same charger I got big speeds on with the Ioniq 5. That's why I came over here. 87 kilowatts, 88 kilowatts. Well, we don't have too much time here, so I'm gonna let you guys watch the charging inside while I go and get some snacks and start filming for the full range test video. I need to look up some specs as well. So let's do all that together. 87 kilowatts we're charging at right now. That's so good for a CPE 250. Again, they label them at 125 kilowatts, but that's for like an 800 volt car. Here we are, scan my fingerprint. There we go.
Hello, Kyle Connor.
See that? It said, hello, Kyle Connor. Hello, Mercedes EQS. It's gonna get bumpy. I'm putting you in your phone mount here. Boom. There you go. Now we're back to charging. 88 kilowatts. All right, let's look up some specs on this thing first. So, what do we need? All right, so let's take a look. EQS battery spec. See if I can find it. It's a usable capacity of 107.8 kilowatt hours. So that's the usable number. Let's look at the EPA range. EQS 450 plus EPA range. 350 miles. Wow, I'm surprised it's that low. I would have guessed higher, actually, based off of what I've seen. Yeah, this car is the definition of extra. That's why I love it. So it says it's going to take about 30 minutes to fully charge. I'm going to get an extra phone charger inside as well. So, yep, I'm in the red already. This is my life. Always living in the red. I'm going to leave you guys here so that you can continue watching the charging, monitoring it. It's at 89 kilowatts. Hopefully you can see this screen okay. Can you actually? Is it better if I pull this away? I don't think it makes a difference, right? Can't we save ourselves the trouble? No, because we can't trust BMS. We just have to go from full to where the car doesn't really move anymore. That's just the proper way to do a range test. Okay, you can see it, not blurry. Great. I'm going to run in, leave you guys here. You kids stay in the car. Oh, wait, it's shut off. Let's see if I can keep it on. Hopefully I can. 89 kilowatts. I'll keep a door cracked. I don't think anyone even knows what an electric car is around here. They're going to freak out. They wouldn't want to steal it. I have the keys with me anyway. Hey from Brazil. Hey from Colorado. Thanks for watching. Okay, I'll be, I don't know, 5 minutes or so, get some snacks for the trip, and then we'll get to filming. But this is where it gets legit for sure right now. Oh, that's all me. Hold on, I'm gonna get you set up. I'm actually putting the seatbelt on so that it thinks I'm still sitting here. There we go. Now you should be good. And I need my wallet. Actually, I don't know if you guys have ever seen this. I have an out-of-spec wallet. It's old. Oh yes, I'm back. 91%, sweet. I got some good snacks. Got some hot dogs. Got some smart waters. I think we're gonna be good. I used the restroom. Cool. Well, we'll put some hot dogs up here on the dash. I don't know if anyone's ever done that in EQS before. Hot dogs on the dash. 92% says 18 minutes. 50 kilowatts at 92%. That's pretty good. Yeah, I don't have access to the Mercedes Me stuff. It said it was all set up in the car, but again, it's owned by Mercedes USA. So I don't want to put any blame on anyone. I don't know why the plug-in charge didn't work. Hopefully everything was all right while I was gone. Cool. I'm gonna start filming here. And I did get an extra phone charger somewhere in this bag. Gotta get that set up. Here it is. This little cable was 20 bucks. Crazy. But sometimes you just need it. All right, got a little mustard on my shirt, nothing new. Am I doing the I-76 run? Actually don't really know where I'm going. I think it's I-80. So I go up, this is what I'm doing. I go up to here. Wait, this is the wrong way. Whoops, there we go. I go up to Cheyenne and then I go over I-80 and we'll turn around somewhere near Ogallala or something like that. And then come back to here. That's the plan. All right, let's make sure we're still charging. We should be. Yep, 42 kilowatts. All right, I'm gonna start this video, get it going, and I'll be back in here in a second. We don't want that. We don't want that. This is kind of what we want. Logging in. Let me get you back up with the charging screen. Home. Boom. There you go. You can keep monitoring the charge. Hello and welcome to another Out of Spec Reviews video. Welcome here to northern Colorado where we perform our 70-mile-an-hour highway range test. And this time we are performing this test with the Mercedes EQS. This is the EQS 450 Plus, which is the big battery. We only get the big battery in the US, 107.8 kilowatt-hour usable. And then of course this one's the rear-wheel drive being the 450. The 580 is the same battery but with all-wheel drive. I'll walk you through the testing procedures, and then of course we're going to head out and see what it does. So forgive some of the noise here at the station. It's just a noisy environment, of course, but this is a 2022 Mercedes EQS 450 Plus. The sticker price on this one is $122,000, spec the way it is. And that's actually not totally accurate because Mercedes has put on larger wheels than what this car was delivered with. New, this car came with 20-inch wheels. This one we have 21-inch wheels, and they're on Bridgestone Blizzak LM something or others. Which one? LM 05 somewhere. Not really totally sure. We gotta look. We gotta find it. Where does it say? Where does it say? Made in Poland. Bridgestone LM005. There we go. Winter tires. So it's on snows, and that'll be interesting to see how this car does on snow tires, of course. What I've done for our testing procedures is I actually plugged the car in earlier this morning at about 25% state of charge and electrified there at the DC fast charging station. Charged it up to about 80-85%, and then drove it 15 miles up here to finish off the charging. Now the reason I did that was the electrified gas stations can deliver max power. I wanted to warm the battery up. In today's conditions are almost this video goes up. But we have some hot dogs for snacks. You can see our out-of-spec motoring live stream audience right here taking a look at our charging curves. So again, you can see here on the hyper screen, 95% is doing 34-ish kilowatts. So let's talk about setting the car up. We have to reset the trip counter. I have the back door cracked here just so the charging screen stays up for these guys. What an incredible car it is. And of course, we'll have a charging test, other tests coming on this channel. Plenty to do with EQS. But we got to see how far it goes on a charge first. So that's what we're doing. Hey there. Back inside. Review the hot dogs. I certainly will. I've never had come and go hot dogs, but we will try it out. Let me roll up the windows for noise. These trucks out here are so noisy. I don't know if you guys see these things just rolling around. It's crazy. Yeah, this is the Mercedes EQS. I'm filming for the main video too, so we're doing a little inception. Inside the EQS, oh, these lovely, lovely pillows are absolutely wonderful. This car does have heated, cooled, and massage seats. As per our testing standards, we're not going to use any of that. We do keep climate control running, so it's currently 61 degrees Fahrenheit outside. The sun's not really out, and I'm going to leave the roof shades open because it's nice, but I can close them if the sun gets a little bit too aggressive. There's a couple different climate control programs in this car. So we always run automatic climate control, at least in cars where it's available. But this one has a comfort climate control, an eco climate control, and an eco plus. And we're going to run comfort. Actually, that's not true. Excuse me. We're not going to run comfort because that'll just keep the cabin wonderfully cool or whatever. Eco is like one step down where we should still get temperature control. It'll blow the air. It should be more than fine for a road trip. If it's not, we'll reevaluate, but I've played around with it. Seems to be pretty good. And then there's Eco Plus, which doesn't actually let you choose a temperature. It just filters in outside air. As per our testing standards, we don't do that. We always run the most efficient climate control we can where we still allow climate control. So what we're going to do, of course, is reset our trip computers before we go. We're going to put the car into eco mode. We're going to jump on the highway, set the speedometer at a GPS accurate 70 miles an hour, as we always do. Of course, I've set the tire pressures to manufacturer recommended when cold. And so I did that this morning at Discount Tire, went there before we stopped. So the tire pressures are good. It is on winter tires. I wish we didn't have it. It would have been a perfect test if we had the smaller 20-inch wheels and non-winter tires. But hey, well, it just means we'll have to do it again when we get the right spec. I have no idea what to expect from this car. Right now, at 96% state of charge, it's predicting 374 miles, and that's a guessometer. That's based off my driving, and I've been driving this thing pretty hard. So this is for sure, I think, going to be the longest range test I've ever done. My friend Todd Malogny recently tested the Lucid Air at 500 miles on the nose. I don't think we're going to see anything like that here in this car, but it could be in that high 300 range is what I'm expecting, 370, 380. So we'll check the wind maps right before we head out and even throughout the drive as well. But we're going to let it complete at 100%. We're going to pull out on the highway immediately, have all the climate control set and everything like that, and we'll be good to go. By the way, just a note on climate control, I always precondition the cabin while we're connected to the charger. So we're going to run 68 degrees, doors shut, windows up, get the cabin ready to go. So when we unplug, the car doesn't have to spend a big thermal load to get it to the desired temperature. Should be a blast. Did I cover everything needed in that little bit there? Hopefully it's good. Why did I choose this route? Little elevation gain or loss and no traffic. So that's why I use this route. So I need to log PlugShare that I'm plugged in here. I don't know if you guys use PlugShare, but I highly recommend it. So we'll check in that we're charging here with an EQS. Here, look, this is always fun. These are all the cars I've logged in with PlugShare recently. The list goes on and on. I gotta find the EQS. I know I've used it before. Mercedes EQC. Oh, maybe I haven't. I think I actually, because I never had EQC, but I didn't have EQS back then. So here's how we add one. Mercedes, here we go. EQS. The charge point thinks the car is fully charged. EQS 450 plus, that's us. Premium exclusive Pinnacle. Someone else asked that earlier. Pretty sure it's exclusive. Okay. Done. Charging now. We'll be here for another 15 minutes or so. Just enough time for a hot dog. Submit. Boom. Cool. So let's get the climate control going. We got to get the car on for all this stuff. Let's get it all working while we're charging up here. 24 kilowatts at 97% is amazing. I'm surprised it can do that. That's insane. Phones are charging, climate control. Let's just cool this sucker down. Closing the rear door. Hot dog time. We'll see if this is any good. Low expectations. The bun isn't very good, but the hot dog itself is pretty good. I'm sorry if you can hear me eating. That always grosses me out. Feel free to mute. Yeah, I'm a fan of rest stop hot dogs personally. They're not very healthy. I need to try and be healthier. I keep telling myself to do it. So one day soon, for me, it's just when I flip a switch, it's just all in or not in at all. There's really no middle ground for that kind of stuff. But we'll have an all in soon. And see, my Starbucks people love me. They say, hi, Kyle. I see them every day. They're great. They love checking out. I bring a different car every time to Starbucks. They love checking them out. Yep, same route we did the other night. Absolutely. The messages on the dash are just because I have it on battery power. I don't know if I kick it on one more time. Yeah, that shuts everything down. We can't obviously have the car on while we're sitting here, so that's the best we can do. Let's just cool this down. It's warm in the car a little bit right now. It's toasty outside. That was one hot dog demolished. Let's go for a number 2, shall we? Oh, yes. What EV is live streaming next week? I don't know. I know we have an XC40 Recharge coming. We have Rivian R1T coming. We have Ioniq 5 Premium and SEL range test sort of comparison that we're going to do soon. So lots of stuff. I'm driving the Hummer EV at the end of the month, but I don't think I can tell you about that until April. By the way, all the USB-C ports in this car are power delivery, so they're 100-watt USB-C ports. Forgive me for not being involved in the live chat so much right now, just trying to scarf down this food, because I got to get to filming before this thing reaches 100% charge some more. You guys know I like to front load a lot of the information in these range tests, because some people might think we are not doing the tests correctly, and at least according to our standards. I like to show them we try and keep as much as we can. We're at 99%. Set the temperature where we need it to be. We'll put it to lower fan. I think I'll close the roof shades just so there's less thermal load, sun coming in the car. Do I live stream gas burners? No, I never have. The gas stuff isn't as interesting to me. I mean, I love combustion cars, don't get me wrong, but we're in this kind of wild west of EV world where everyone's doing different and odd and weird things, where it's kind of interesting to live stream this stuff. They're putting a human bean coffee shop right over here. That's awesome. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I did not have to turn on the car to turn on climate control. There is like a little button that I can turn it on. I do love this though, where you can see all of the air quality. So you can see exterior is pretty good. But last night I was up in the mountains and it was 1 out of whatever. It was like the lowest it could be. It was great. We also have fragrances that we can pump in the cabin. See this? And ionization to clean the air. It's just crazy. Thanks for joining. No worries if you got to go. This is just me I'm doing this either way. Love to have you guys join. All right, done with lunch. Let's check on charging. 16 kilowatts, 3 minutes. All right, I'm gonna throw out some trash, get to filming, and we gotta hit the road here in a second. Be back momentarily. All right, we still charging? Yes, 15 kilowatts, sweet. Make sure I know how to reset the trip stuff. Yes, I do. Values reset. Eco display, let's reset everything. Car is predicting almost 400 miles of range. It's crazy. We have 2,522 miles on the clock. So fresh car. Almost done. A lot of people ask me how to do range tests, by the way, and it's pretty hard to explain. Oh, charging ended. Have a good trip. Okay, time to film. Let's do it. So climate control off right now just because I have to unplug. And you can see the charging has ended. It says have a good trip, no worries. I've just turned climate control off right now because I don't want to have it use juice during the unplugging process. We'll get the door shut. We're almost ready to go. By the way, this car only has 2,500 miles on it, so it's fresh, which I'm pretty pleased with. I always love to get an early, low mileage car because the less mileage, the less preparation. In some cases, at least in most cases. So we added 26 kilowatt hours here. We added almost 70 kilowatt hours in the previous one. Cost about $10. Let's put the cap on here. Close the charge pump door. Gotta get the Livestream guys up at the right position. And we are almost ready to go. Oh yes. Let's do it. Let's reset everything. All right, guys, we're just about to head out, so forgive some of the shakiness. Get you up here. Let's see. How's that view? Pretty good. We'll go inside. I have the seatbelt buckled behind me. This is always the mad rush to get out. And look, a plug-in hybrid Prius is trying to back into the charging station over here. They're not going to be able to charge. Sorry, lady. But I don't have time to stay here and explain that to her. Start button. Reset. Yes. Everything's reset. Climate control. Auto. 68. Vents closed. Let's do this thing. Into drive. Dang, this is exciting. Flip that camera around. Reset again. And... oh, got to put the car in eco mode. Eco mode. So we have the car in eco driving mode right now. We have the climate controlled 68 in eco setting. And we're just heading out. I don't know how this lady thinks she's going to charge her plug-in Prius, but it's not going to work. Sorry, I don't have time to explain that. We have to hit the road. So let's do this thing. We got a full 100% charge. Great charging curve here on EQS. It ripped up to 100% in no time at all. So let's do this thing. It's about half a mile, a little bit less to get onto the highway. And then I've already confirmed that 70 miles an hour indicated is a true 70 mile per hour GPS speed. We have some smart water, some Doritos, just backup snacks if we need it. And we're just going to be gently cruising up. A little bit of regen, but not too much. You can see the regen bar went to full here when we weren't fully getting that much juice, but that just makes sense because we're at 100% state of charge. Car's projecting 389 miles, but again, that has no relevance to this. This car is not set at 70 miles an hour. So gentle accelerations. What we do is on the on-ramp, we accelerate to hit 70 miles an hour by the end of the on-ramp. It's sort of our standard procedure. And I'll let you guys know how this goes along the way. I'll update you as we hit sort of targets throughout the drive. Nice platinum truck in front of us too. Those things are like 100 grand. Sweet truck. Yeah, plug-in Prius only charges on level 2, and those were only DC fast chargers, so the plug type wouldn't fit, and of course the car wouldn't even know what to do with DC input, even if it could fit. Here we go, gentle accelerations now. Ooh, nice bus up there, looks like a Prevost RV. That thing's pretty sweet. So the goal here is to hit 70 miles an hour by the end of the on-ramp. It's kind of what we always do. The thing with a range test is you don't really want to floor it, because the more power you give it, the more heat loss you'll have. I will say in eco mode, I'm hitting a wall at the end of the throttle, and we're almost at 70 miles an hour, but I can't actually push it harder. If I do, it'll push past. The car will go 70. So let's set this on. Let's set the cruise at 70 miles an hour. We just did that. Come on, car, inch up a little bit. It has active steering. It will make lane changes on its own as well. You can see the heads-up display. And there we are, just sitting at 70 miles an hour. I'll show you the lane change functionality since no one's here, so you'll know what we'll be doing. Left turn signal on. You can see the car is making a left turn. See those arrows up in the heads-up display? The colors don't actually change like that. It's just the way the camera picks it up. And then we'll go back to the right. It's so interesting. Love this technology. It is so cool. Anyway, it's going to be a very comfortable range test. Very quiet range test here in the EQS. Definitely one of the most EV driving experiences I've ever had. Yeah, it may seem noisy for you. I think the frequency pickup's not the best, but for me it's dead quiet. Really, really quiet. I do hear the sort of cavity noise in the tire though. And a lot of that's because we're on a winter tire as well. Disconnecting, reconnecting. So just stay with it. I get it as soon as possible. I don't think, because we've done this route before, we only lose connection maybe probably 10 times throughout the test, and for no more than 10 or 15 seconds each, I would say. Something like that. And automatic lane change back to the right. Here we go. Yep, it's just going to be choppy signal today. I apologize, guys. Oh, it's so comfortable, this thing. Let me know if it looks too shaky or bouncy. There's really not much I can do. This phone mount's pretty garbage. So we got a car coming up on our left, but we got a truck in front of us. We need to move over. Come on, RAV4. Come on. Here we go. Moving over. Thank you. Back up to 70. Wow, this is one hell of an efficiently feeling car. I just feel like we're not using much juice. Yeah, I'll flip the camera around throughout the drive from time to time. See, I'm here now. Woohoo. What's the top speed? Thanks for donating to the Starbucks fund. Appreciate that. I do need to wean off the Starbucks though. What's the top speed? I don't know. We'll find out tomorrow. I actually need to look at the top speed of the tires. We're going to bring this out to the runway, but we'll just move over. I love the automatic lane change. It's awesome. Give this truck some room. That sucks. Not a great place to be broken down. Oh yeah, the Model 3's fixed. If you watched to the end of that video, it would be totally fine. We were out drifting with it yesterday on track. $130 miles an hour. Oh, that's not that fast. When do I visit Norway? I'll be there in July. Do I like the UI on the EQS? Yeah, I'm a big fan of MBUX. I really think it's a great system, honestly. Yeah, 5.9 seconds feels about right. I mean, it's not stellarly fast, but the thing with the EQS is it doesn't encourage you to drive that fast. So it's actually, I would say, properly powered, and I wouldn't want any more. I have not been in EQB or EQE. I've been in EQC, and I've been in EQA and EQS. Why April? That's just when the embargo ends for Hummer EV. What's the fastest EV I've driven? I think a Plaid. I don't think there's anything really faster than a Plaid, other than a Rimac Navara, but I've never been in one. And that train is not moving there. How long is this loop? We'll see. I can go as far as we need to. Oh, we got a train coming at us, and then a train back here, but there's only one track. So let's hope they're both heading in the same direction. Audi Q4s just haven't been showing up yet. I think they're planning to come in the springtime. The price of this car is $121,000 or $122,000 as spec'd. Yeah, Tesla can do an over-the-air update to do Matrix, I think. You just need the hardware for it. It's like my Model 3 won't be able to do it, but the new ones can. And it's now legal in the US, which is great. I maybe you guys aren't picking this up so much, but this is so quiet. Yeah, we're gonna head into Nebraska for sure. Well, the price of Tesla's come down used. May have found a Golf R manual. Sweet, I got mine. It's sitting at port. Can't wait for it to arrive. What EV truck am I most excited about? Lightning, Cybertruck, or Rivian? Honestly, Silverado EV seems pretty exciting, and it was kind of off my radar until I saw it in person. I was like, wow, the specs are amazing too. 350 kilowatt charging. Yeah, I think the Rivian's the one that appeals to me personally the most. Any wind noise? A tiny bit. Everything else is so quiet that wind noise may become more pronounced, but even then I can't really hear. And there's no real wind out today, so it's just amazingly quiet. I mean, it's like I'm in a sound chamber, and the sound system in this car is amazing. My Golf R is blue. Got a blue one. We're going to use it as a filming rig. We're going to build like a camera to put on the front of it that we can control remotely and stuff. It's going to be sweet. What will be my next EV? I'm not sure yet. I want to play the cheapest EVs with fast charging and stuff with them. So like a Leaf, i3. It is quiet. Oh, I'm glad you guys can tell, because it's, I mean, it is just so unbelievably smooth and quiet in here. I know this phone mount isn't doing it any justice, but I don't even have the massage seat on because it's not to our standards, but this is a lovely place to spend time. Why a Golf R? Are there other candidates? No, it's the only manual hatchback with all-wheel drive and adaptive cruise and lane centering you can buy. And I want to move over for this car, but I got a Range Rover on my left. Let's move over for him. Flat tire, that sucks. Sorry, dude. Any road trips with other EVs planned? Of course. That's what we do for a living. Yep, we'll have XC40, this car, Rivian, Tesla stuff, Ioniq stuff. Plenty of good stuff to come. How often do you need to hold the wheel between warnings? I don't know. I haven't really tried. Let's see. So I guess I'll start a timer. And it's going to be different depending on different situations. But there's really no one out here. This is about the safest place you can do it. And I'll watch over it too. So starting the stopwatch in 3, 2, 1, touching the wheel and go. Let's see. So just monitoring everything. Got the stopwatch going here, literally in the middle of basically Wyoming, and I'm watching the road. So let's see. And the thing is, it will do eye tracking as well. So if I look away, I think it actually asks me to touch the wheel more. There we go, just asked, 20 seconds. What type of tires? We are on Bridgestone winter tires, unfortunately. Wish this car was on summers. Or sort of whatever the OE spec low rolling resistance is. But this is what they put on it for winter time, even though it's 64 degrees and sunny out. But it was also below 0 last week. This car is a great cruiser, but I do have some big questions about it dynamically in terms of chassis design, ESP calibration, and it could just be the tires, but something feels a little bit like they didn't spend enough time really honing this car for the corners. So we're 13 miles into it, and we are at, I actually don't know how to see my state of charge. Yes, I do. It's in Hyperscreen. And we're at 95% state of charge, so it's going to be a long one. 14 miles, 95%. Car's predicting 363 miles remaining. And again, we gained some elevation in the beginning part of the drive, so it always paints a bad picture. But then, of course, we lose it. That's why I run a loop-style test. Wyoming border? Not quite. We got another couple minutes. Am I going to tour the Gigafactory in April? I'd love to, but I don't know if we get a notification. Hey, thanks so much for the super chat. Appreciate that. You got to run. Well, you can check in later. Hopefully we'll still be running when you're free next. Appreciate that. Yeah, coming back, I hope it's not dark by the time we're done with this, although it's likely to be sunset. Especially if I do a charging test after. The ride and the seats are much softer than Lucid Air, in my opinion. But I drove a very early Air, not a production one, so I'm not totally sure. You can't really gauge wind noise from where you are. You also could be getting blown on from the air conditioning vent. So how does the lane keeping and adaptive cruise work in the Golf manual? Yeah, basically the same as a normal car. It'll just give it full power it can, but you can clutch in, downshift, release the clutch, and then it resumes. So it lets you do your shifting, and then anytime the clutch has pressure on it, it just shuts the system off. It's actually super smooth. Very few cars are manual with adaptive cruise. I want to say like a Tacoma you can do that with. I think there's a Civic, and there was a Mini, but no longer Mini can do that. So there's just a handful of cars that can do manual transmission and adaptive cruise. Yep, I'm going 70 and a 75. Visibility's great. Glass everywhere. Do you think it will be better than a Lucid? No. In terms of range, no. In other ways, yes. I mean, both cars have pluses and minuses. Honestly, you can't go wrong with all three in your garage. They all do certain things really well, but the thing that the EQS does so well is just cruise and munch miles. It's so comfortable. It's a heavy car though. Could one of you guys maybe Google how much the EQS 450 weighs? It feels like a tank to me. Oh, I'm definitely an amber turn signal kind of guy. Much prefer amber versus a red turn signal. $5,400 to $5,600 pounds. Yep, that's pretty hefty. So you could probably section 179 one of these, because GVWR is probably well over 6,000 then. Yep, 2,500 kilograms or so. Yeah, so the reason I do these range tests here in the middle of the country, in the middle of Wyoming, or at least try to, is so that I can avoid getting you know, sort of stuck behind a semi and weight and aero advantage. You can see I try and, you know, we're out on our own right now, which is the way it should be. It's repeatable. I don't want to have aero advantage, but there are times where, yeah, we'll get bunched up into traffic and you just kind of have to deal with it. Each test is, you know, this is real world. It's not scientific, but I do try to drive in a way where it's the most repeatable. Yeah, everything's shot on iPhone for us. I mean, occasionally we'll do car to car. Like we're going to start producing some higher quality stuff here pretty soon, and that's all done with, you know, sort of normal DSLR cameras, you know, full frame stuff. What is the stated range? So EPA rates this car, I think, at 350 miles. I was actually talking to some Hyundai engineers recently because we were doing I was asking some questions on the Ioniq 5, and a lot of them were saying, with the temperature for our range test, it's important to have a standardized temperature set, not just going off what the car says, but actually logging the temperature it holds. And yeah, we got to start doing stuff like that. We're going to hone and refine this over time. But today is the perfect range testing day. 64 degrees means it's not too cold for the battery, it's not too warm, it doesn't really have to run any conditioning. We're about to cross into Wyoming. And coming up, we're just about to cross into Wyoming right over here, so welcome to the middle of the country-ish. And yeah, we have a bit of an uphill climb to get to Cheyenne, and then it levels out. So we'll, of course, gain that back when we come back down. So yeah, efficiency's not looking so hot right now, but don't let that be the determining factor of this test yet. Occasionally, the cops will sit right over here in this little turnaround. So it's like, welcome to Wyoming, bam, get hit with laser. Thankfully, I'm always going under the speed limit here since this is my range testing thing, but I've seen so many people get nailed with cops sitting right here in the center median. Range or charging rate, which matters more? Definitely charging rate to me. Yeah, no wind, absolutely perfect. Never before have I seen no wind here in Wyoming. Now, as we go into Nebraska, it looks like we're going to get hit with a northern crosswind. So that's going to suck. I hate crosswind because there's no counteracting it. You get hit both ways. But it's what we got to do. That's why we're not doing it in a lab. It's real world testing. Move over here in a second so we don't get aero advantage from this semi, but I have a car passing us. Now we can move over. Let's do it. Automatic lane changes. Do I turn around at 40%? Well, if I turned around at 40%, we would die on the way back. But I think what you're asking is, do I turn around 40% in? Yeah, I usually, on a no-wind day like today, I'll probably push it to 55%, something like that. Who has the best charging rates? Lucid, 303 kilowatts. And then Hummer EV, if they're on sale, that'll do 350, but no one's ever tested it, so we don't know. Any update on our Rivian road trip? Yeah, not really. I mean, we're not going to get it till I think the 14th or something like that, somewhere around then. So, how much inconvenience is not having a CCS adapter for Tesla trips? Zero. There's superchargers everywhere. Have I driven any V12 Ferraris before? No. Ridden, yes, but never driven a V12 Ferrari. We almost bought an FF years ago, actually, because I like the hatchback Ferrari. Everyone hated it. But that was a little bit, that was like back when I had to decide, okay, what's the future of out of spec? Are we doing this as a company? And then I decided yes, and had to eat ramen noodles for a few years to get this thing off the ground. Oh, charging prices? I don't think that's what they were asking. Tesla Vision is, yeah, I don't know why you'd remove the sensors if the stuff doesn't work yet. So I don't know. Yep, so at around 60% state of charge, that's when I'll start looking for exits. Hey, hot dogs are great. Hot dogs gives you wings. That's Red Bull. Thought about getting a Red Bull, but I don't need it. This is a daytime range test. Yeah, you know, getting passed by a U-Haul, I don't really care. You know, the thing about the EQS is you don't even feel like you're here because we're just cruising. Yeah, Bjorn does hot dogs. I have to watch some more Bjorn videos. It's been a long time, but he really is some of the best. Ferrari FF or Taycan GTS? Yeah, I'd go Taycan GTS over an FF, but if it was like a GTC for a Lusso with the newer stuff, maybe that gets a little bit more exciting then. What's the most comfortable seat I've sat on? I think a combustion S-Class seat's pretty peak seat to me. Oh, cool that you got a Kona EV. That's awesome. For $20,000 off MSRP. Damn. What are my positions at Tesla and BMW? Oh, this was back in the day, just sales stuff, nothing fancy. Nothing too fancy. Got to do some BMW driving school stuff. That was cool. I mean, I've had a lot of fun gigs playing around doing things, but yeah, definitely doing what I love to do now by making YouTube videos. That is just, I mean, it's a dream job. What's the best cheap EV right now? I think it's really cheap, honest. I was on a pod the other day. I forget who I was on. Maybe it was our podcast. And I really think we need a more that just gets electric to the hands of more people because it just makes sense. MP loops. I do a 68.5 mile loop, 67.5 mile loop. What's the speed limit? 75, but I'm doing 70. I think it dips down to 65 up here, but I continue along at 70. Yeah, ID4 is a great value, but again, it's 40 grand. It's not cheap. It's still quite a bit of money for a car. Come on, Corolla, hit the gas. Thank you. And here's where we jump onto I-80 heading east. I'm just going to kill the driver assistance right there, and I'm going to manually keep us at 70 miles an hour through the on-ramp. Let's take a look at the handling of the EQS around here. Floaty. Comfortable though. Sonic over ID4, I generally agree. ID4 is great though. If I had to just drive around town, I'd get ID4. I think it's a better seating position, and yeah, just a great driving car in my opinion. And now we'll lock it back in at 70 miles an hour. 70, there we go. Now we're just cruising. No, I don't have any allocation for a GT3. Well, the trip is going back to where we started. So, you know, because it's range testing, you have to have the same start and end point. And yeah, so the trip's not, it's as long as the car wants it to be, really. We're at 368 watt hour per mile so far, which really isn't bad for something that weighs, again, 5,500 pounds. If I was an Uber or Lyft driver, which EV would I buy? Ooh, I don't know. I would think like ease of door handle use would become much more important, and rear air vents. So you'd have to look at mid-spec Ioniq 5. ID4 has pretty bad rear air vents. But again, the people in the back, really, that's not like a thing. I don't know. Model 3 is always confusing, I think, for Uber passengers. I've been in a couple Model 3 Ubers. Yeah, I guess ID4 wouldn't be bad. Uh, 200-mile daily commute, which EV would you purchase? I don't know, whichever one you're most comfortable sitting in, because that's a long drive. So make sure it can do 200 miles consistently, so you need a big battery. So Mach-E has a pretty big battery. ID4, that's kind of pushing ID4 in the wintertime. Yeah, free charging, but I don't think you get free charging if you Uber. I think technically you don't. I don't know how they would track that, but I don't think you get to keep it. Yeah, if you have a 200-mile commute, Brandon's right, you should move. Wow, 70 miles an hour in this car feels so slow. I feel like we could sit at 150 and not even feel a thing. It's just, it's wild. My sensation of sitting in this car is kind of like we're just in a movie and there's screens going past. It's like no noise. I mean, where you guys, it must be a little bit noisier because you've said this, but to me, so quiet. I can't feel the road surface. And it's like, are we even here? Like, it almost feels like I'm in a video game. It's a very hard feeling to describe because you're so removed from your elements. And I think it's amazing to experience this. On the other hand, I love cars where I'm like super hardcore engaged in the driving experience and you really got to be on top of it. I love the full spectrum. Yeah, we're going to start getting hit with some side wind. Here, I'll show you guys. I don't know. Actually, I don't think I can show you. Never mind. Where are we? You can see a little bit of wind. Yeah, you can feel that you hit a pothole. More like, yeah, of course. I'm not saying you're totally removed, but it's just like, it feels like you're running over a pebble. Like, oh, something happened. Any chance I'll get rid of the 3 and get a plaid? I don't know. I mean, I don't see why I would have to get rid of the 3. I think the 3's not worth getting rid of. If someone gives me a good number for it, I would sell it. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but it's not really worth that much according to like Vroom or Carvana. So I was just going to keep it and, I don't know, keep playing around with it. But it doesn't really determine our next car. I don't know. Kind of would be cool to keep that car for a long time, but I don't know if it's worth putting too much sentimental value in a car. Hyundai Santa Cruz just went by. We'll be testing one of those soon. Hey! Yeah, so noise readings we're not going to do on public streets. I don't know if I mentioned it recently, but we have a new testing facility that we're going to be working out of, and we will be doing standardized sort of noise testing with actual microphones over certain stuff. You know, basically everything you guys want to see, I agree. I just want to do it a little bit, I don't know, more repeatable, a little bit more accurate than others. And so, yeah, we'll be doing noise testing for sure. I actually like most heads-up displays. Most of them don't really bug me. I don't know. I haven't driven any Toyota EVs to know if they were to go all in, if they'd be reliable and great, because I haven't even driven one. I'll say their plug-in hybrid stuff's pretty bulletproof. Same with their regular hybrid, so I would imagine. they're not a dumb company at all, although a lot of people like to make them out to be, but they're really not. States that need the most charging infrastructure: North and South Dakota, Montana, and Wyoming. Yeah, the new facility is great. It's awesome. We love our office. We're part of Colorado State University's Powerhouse campus. It's a really innovative campus, sort of run as a separate facility from the rest of the college. We're super lucky to be involved there. Oh yeah, Brandon's right. West Virginia has pretty poor charging as well. Yeah, we'll find out what our range is. I'm not sure what we'll end up with. Yeah, Oklahoma has good charging. What are you talking about? It's what's the name of that company that's out there? Oklahoma has, gosh, why can't I think of their name of their DC chargers? It'll come to me at some point. Francis Energy, thank you very much. That's the one. Now we're down below 350 watt-hour per mile in something this heavy. Wow, what kind of spam is going in here? Blocked. There we go. Auto lane change. It's got some of the smoothest lane changes of any car, and it's got this augmented reality heads-up display that kind of like puts arrows exactly where it wants to go and highlights other cars. It's really cool. A lot of times when we get media cars, it's pretty difficult to set up the apps because, yeah, I mean, like if they were to do that with everyone reviewing the cars, it would take a lot of time. So yeah, I mean, if I request it most of the time, yes, but I don't even bother because it's, you know, unless it's something that's really important. I will say though, Volkswagen's always made a big deal about making sure you have the app when they bring ID4s over. So that's always cool. They always give me the logins. Do trucks have the same speed limit? It's not really standardized for trucks, speed limiters, but most like company trucks are at 68 miles an hour and we're traveling at 70. So you saw an Ioniq 5 and it was bigger and smaller than what you were expecting. That's funny. Yes, the VW app's not great. Yeah, we have some older out-of-spec motoring road trips, some really big ones that we've shot, but have never edited. And some of them I really want to share. The problem is the time commitment. And a lot of these I did, and they're all shot out of sync, so I kind of need to sit down and arrange the footage. And I hate to be that guy, but I just have been running out of, you know, it's sort of lower on the priority list than some of the other videos that we're doing today. What's all wrong with my 3? My 3's fine, just needs a windshield. I don't know how this would compare to Taycan. Probably very similarly. Taycan's got a lot smaller battery pack and weighs significantly less, I believe. Not really sure. How does insurance work on press vehicles? Well, of course, I have my own insurance. The company has a blanket policy, and the cars are insured through their, you know, just like company insurance, fleet vehicle insurance. And so it's typically on them, but then we have 2 backups just in case. Am I familiar with the Electroheads channel? Yes, I haven't watched much of their stuff, but I am familiar with the name. Yeah, do we have a published list? Yeah, well, basically myself and Tom Malogny at Inside EVs, we both do these tests and we publish them on Inside EVs. There's a list over there. I'm going to start, I have to compile like a spreadsheet of all the stuff that I've done, and then we'll put that on Out of Spec somewhere. I just haven't done that. Yeah, I'm going to do videos with the Hummer EV, absolutely. If I could have any vehicle in the world, what would I get? I don't know. I don't know. Don't have an answer. It would need to be multiple. There's not one car that does everything for me. Do I do range tests on suburban roads for real results? No, only highway. The only time I do them on suburban or city streets is for plug-in hybrid tests, but it's not actually legit. Oh, this person's back, really? Hide user. What? Yeah, I mean, yeah, people crash cars. It happens. We've crashed a press car, a couple of them. Well, not really. We've damaged. We've got a flat tire in one, and then one got crashed into. I think the big thing is, like, just make sure it's not your fault. Like, you really, when you're driving these cars, it really is a privilege to be able to get to review them and share them with you guys. It keeps our company going. Like, I really stress to at least our team, like, how careful we need to be with these things. But of course, anytime you're driving 100,000 miles a year collectively, things are going to happen. And as long as it's not our fault. Like, right now, I really want to inch past this truck a little bit. So I think I'm going to go 71 miles an hour, just to inch past slightly. Just because I don't like to sit next to them. And I also don't want to damage the windshield. Alright, now I'm back to 70. Does the EQS have onboard dash cam recording? Yes. How does this person keep getting back in? I wish I could move back to the right, but I haven't quite passed that truck fully yet. I'm not a left lane hog, I promise. There we go. Yeah, maybe we need a moderator for the live stream. Texas has the worst left lane hoggers. Yeah, I mean, they're definitely not great, but I don't know. I think a lot of people, you would have to conduct like a real survey that takes a lot of people and a lot of time to definitively say who has the worst driver. I'm not sure how to even go about thinking about that, but it would be an interesting project to work on one day. Sorry, I think I'm cutting out there a little bit and all the comments just keep flooding in. Michigan has the worst roads. That I don't disagree with. Did I have to do some deep searching to find my Golf? I don't know. Maybe I'll tell that story sometime into the future. But yes, we had to pull some strings. What are you watching? Wyoming. Yeah, what's the use case for smart home integration in cars? I'm not totally sure. Yeah, I've been to Quebec a few times. Used to live in Canada, actually, in Ontario. Yeah, the car is still predicting 317 miles of range. We've got about almost 60 miles. We own our house right now, so we've been time to buy a house, so we're just renting. I don't know. I don't know what solar company we would choose. Greetings from Asheville, one of my favorite places. Hey, from Wyoming currently. Aha, the Canadian niceness. I don't know. I actually am like pretty particular about everything. I'm not sure I'm the nicest person. Yeah, I lived in Toronto. Yeah, we'll be cutting in and out through this area for like the next 20 minutes or something like that. How is the EQS comfort? The EQS is comfort. There is no match, or very few cars can match, I should say. Yeah, I'll be testing some of the Chinese cars over in Europe when I'm over there. Yep. Oh, nice that you're in Ottawa. That's awesome. We're down to 318 watt-hour per mile. Hey, thanks so much for the super chat. Appreciate that. Lone Star Watch Collector. Interesting. Sometimes the comments just flood in like crazy, so it's just like nothing, and then I'll get like 50, so sorry for that. Got a nice Volvo V&L coming up on our left. Thing looks awesome. The guy's blowing his nose. I'm looking at him in the mirror. Nice truck though. Wait till you see this thing. I love these Volvo trucks. 760. Nice. I've never seen any car integrate CarPlay or Android Auto to heads-up display. The only thing closest is a lot of cars now will put up your map directions from CarPlay in sort of the car's navigational stuff, but you have to use the native Maps application. Why Fort Collins? You mean why do we live in Fort Collins? Is that what you're asking? Yeah, GV60 could be really interesting. I'm looking forward to driving that. A word from our sponsor, Starbucks. Yeah, love Fort Collins. Mountains, great people, college town, good bars, good food. Central location, not in a major metropolitan area, but we still have enough stuff where we don't have, we have like a Costco and 10 different Starbucks, everything you can need. It's just like a giant college town. It's awesome. A lot of innovation work being done in town, a lot of green stuff. What are my thoughts on the Nikola fuel cell truck? Excited. I'm actually excited for hydrogen in many different applications. Not so much the passenger car space, but a lot of heavy duty or power, large scale applications, hydrogen makes sense. Look at this truck that we're about to pass. This guy's doing like 35, 40 miles an hour. He's just creeping along up here. We're starting to get hit with a bit of a side wind. Hello from Norway. Yeah, it's just the vibration is just the road, the way they're constructed. Oh, it looks like he sped up. I thought he was going slower than he is. Bumpy ride? Not really. It's just the phone mounts garbage. Appreciate all of you for liking who are watching the live stream. We'll do more of this soon. I guess he hit the throttle and sped up, so we can move back over. $311 watt-hour per mile. Take a look right here. 311. Pretty amazing. You can see it's got a consumption graph, kind of like Tesla does. Max speed, I believe, is 130. Kyle is currently lobbying to have a supercharger with Panda Express at Starbucks. Yes, that would be awesome. But I would never use it because I charge at work every day. Charge point charging went great. Topped it up to 100%, and we're just sipping the juice. Montrose, Colorado is very cool. What's my favorite thing about the EQS? Just the comfort. Really appreciate you watching, Sean. That's so cool. Is it okay to charge a smaller battery in a plug-in hybrid to 100% all the time? I mean, plug-in hybrids will see the most degradation of any sort of electric vehicle type or electrified vehicle type, just because they get so deep cycled. But they're also typically programmed with huge buffers. So I would say just drive it, don't worry about it. Not sure I would want to keep some of these like turbocharged and plug-in hybrid cars out of warranty though. That kind of scares me a bit. There's just so much going on in these things. Is the EQS more comfortable than the Model 3? Oh my goodness, yes. Is that even a question? I don't know if that was a joke or not. Because the Model 3 is not that comfortable. Yeah, I'm the one who always gets attached to the rescue dogs. I always want to keep them. What are things you have to have when you're looking for your house to purchase? Well, I've already reserved the channel out-of-spec ranch, so we don't really necessarily want a house, we want land. And we've been looking at land up in the mountains, sort of 15, 20 minutes outside of town, minimum 40, 50 acres, something like this. And I want to build the ultimate out-of-spec ranch. And this is not going to happen anytime soon. It's going to happen over many, many years. But that's the idea. We're racing a train. Going to review the Hyundai fuel cell semi? I don't know, I'd like to. That'd be kind of cool. I should ask them. Hello from Los Angeles. Hey from Wyoming. A little bit different than LA out here. Is the EQS more comfortable than the E-Tron? Yes. What is the best of the Model 3? I think the long-range rear-wheel drive early cars are the best. Out-of-spec 4x4 channel coming soon. We already have one. It's called Out-of-Spec Overlanding. What kind of animals would I want on our ranch? Well, I'm obsessed with cows, so we would need a lot of cows. But what I think we would probably want to do is lease the land to a rancher. I think I'm going to go in the left lane here because there's no one around and it looks less bumpy. And it's not that the car is bumpy, it's just that the phone is getting bumped around. Yeah, chickens, that'd be kind of cool. Definitely want goats and lots of cows. Any new information about the Polestar 3? No, but did you see the Polestar 02 convertible concept? I never get excited about concept cars, but this thing looked hot. It's basically a convertible Precept with a raked T-top situation. And it had a drone that comes out the back. I mean, it's all just concept, but it was pretty cool. Yeah, so you definitely want to get the agriculture exemption, but you don't want to have to care for the animals. So that's what we would do. Favorite feature on the EQS? I don't know. There's a lot of good stuff here. This is a long train. Holy smokes. We got two. We got one on the left coming towards us and the one on the right's going in our direction. We got something in the road here. Yeah, I love driving in Germany. There's tons of cows everywhere. How do I feel about the EQS looks? Not into it. Do not like the way this car looks. Pretty ugly. Why is this truck going like angled towards us? Oh, he's just pulling back on. Sketchy. Oh, that's cool that you're from Bavaria, the south of Germany. I feel like Bavaria is just Germany's Texas. A lot of pride. Golf R coming towards us. Sweet. I've just ordered the next generation of that car. Would rain affect range? Absolutely. Anything that increases resistance either from aero or rolling resistance will. Yep. Yeah, I have some like camera mounts. I just need to get some adapters to work the iPhone with them, and I've been meaning to order it, but yeah, not loving this phone mount. We're almost in Nebraska. What are my thoughts on the EQE? Just looks just like a smaller EQS. I hope it's just as comfortable. Can you list every car I plan to own? No way. There's a lot on that list. Are you kidding me? Some of it has to be a surprise, guys. Three adult passengers will have an effect on range, but probably not much. I mean, you wouldn't notice it in the real world just cruising around. When you're doing testing, yeah, it does make a difference though. Which is a better buy, the EV6 GT line or Model Y long range? Just depends on what you're looking for. Both are great cars. Some people will just only buy a Tesla because they love Tesla, and some people will not buy a Tesla because they hate Tesla, and I'm right in the middle. I just think they're good cars. And welcome to Nebraska, the good life. We are still at, let's see what our state of charge is actually. 80% state of charge. 305 watt-hour per mile. Sipping the juice. Yeah, Tesla is not the only option anymore, that's for sure. It might be the best option for some people, but it is not the only. I don't really like CarPlay, personally. I don't use it that much. I haven't tested a Mach-E with the new charging curve, so I don't know. I don't think you need to be scared of long-term servicing for a Tesla. There's tons of them out there. For whatever major components do break, people will come up with simple fixes. And I think there's going to be tons of support. And they're already pretty reliable. Current temperature is 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Perfect range testing weather. What is the best range for an EV? Lucid Air did 500 miles at 70 miles an hour. Oh, are you asking what's the best, like what kind of range I think you need in an EV? I think you need 250 miles of usable range. That's for me. No, the car does not automatically change lanes if a car comes up behind you, but you should just drive in the right anyway. I don't know, really remember if I told someone specifically to get a Model 3 performance over Model Y performance, but I think the Model Y performance doesn't make sense because there's no track mode, and the Model 3 performance does make sense because there's track mode. Both, like a dual motor is really fast though. You don't need any more than that. I think a lot of people harp on acceleration and then never really drive that hard. What electric car would I buy right now? A Taycan. And I would like to, but it takes a long time for it to come in on order. AT&T can do it. Come on. It says we have 5G actually. I don't know why it's cutting out. Model 3 is what, 45 grand base, I think is what a Standard Plus is, everyone was saying, and this thing's 120. We're at 78%. The car is still predicting 300 miles remaining, 302. Wow, so we're going to be close to 400 miles for this range test. That's crazy. Yeah, this is when the cell towers start really freaking out on us. Has Mercedes given estimates for cold weather? I don't really think it's up to Mercedes to have to communicate that. I think it's got so much range, who cares? Anyone buying an EQS, I would say most people buying an EQS have the access to home charging, so. Yep, 300 miles rejected, remaining at 77%. That doesn't mean we'll be able to go 300 miles, it's just what the car thinks based off of previous driving. And anyone with an EQS, they probably have 2 homes, they got chargers at each. Yeah, range is not really a concern here with this car, I would say, for a lot of people. What benefits have I received from Tesla referrals? Not really anything. I never really got that many referrals. Got some free supercharging miles. That was cool. My favorite EV that I've driven so far? It just depends. Because again, yeah, I guess I like one car that can do a very specific task very well, and then have another car that can do another task pretty well. So I really love my electric smart car because it's just perfect for driving around the city. And that's one of my favorite cars on the planet. I haven't really road tripped up with EA really recently, so I don't know if there's much of an improvement. I mean, I will say that generally, yeah, it's not too bad. The EQS max charging speed is a claimed 200 kilowatts, although I've never been able to get there. But then again, I've never really set it up for, really hardcore testing for charging it, but I will this week, so we'll see. what's the hottest place I've been? And with an EV, I've been to Death Valley at 130 degrees Fahrenheit with an electric car. Alright everyone, set your reminders. We're about to hit 75% state of charge, so don't let me forget to do an update for the video. It's going to be probably another 1 to 2 minutes. A lot of heat pump failures, Model 3 and Model S I'm hearing about. Yeah, I love the Honda E. The Honda E is a great car. Am I going to test the BZ4X? Probably. Yeah, as long as... I mean, Toyota... So they're doing like a first drive event later this month. We weren't invited to go to that, so not totally sure. I'd love to test it, though. Anything you're feeling an itch to go do lately? I'm kind of doing it. I've been wanting to range test. Yeah, the new heat pump stuff doesn't seem to be loving the cold temperatures. My friend has a Model S in town, plaid, and his car broke and has no heat. And so here he is driving a $140,000 car with no heat. And Tesla's like, we don't really know what to do, sorry. They gave him a Model Y loaner though, so that's good. 1 minute warning, oh, we're still at 76%. Yet we are in Nebraska. There's not much interest in trying to beat the Cannonball record, no. As long as people are doing it safely, then that's good with me. Here we are, 75% state of charge. Let's do an update. And you join us here in the middle of Nebraska, where it's 69 degrees Fahrenheit, almost 70 degrees, perfect weather. That kind of sucks a little bit, but look at our consumption, 309 per mile. The car's predicting 293 miles to go, so that's going to put us very close to a 400-mile range. But again, we have a lot more driving to do to get this thing down. So let's continue on. But at 75% state of charge, we have driven 87.2 miles so far. Have I calculated how many miles I drive per year? It varies. The last 2 years I drove a lot more than I'm driving this year. This year I've kind of been flying everywhere. I've been to the airport like 3 times a week recently. And so I'd like to get back on the road some more, but sometimes our shoots are so back to back, I gotta just rock and roll. A friend of mine is looking at buying a Taycan Cross Turismo. He had a Mach-E order, and it's a car we'll probably be able to film a lot with the channel. His office is actually right below mine. Awesome guy. Hopefully we'll get him on some podcast soon. You guys will love him. His name is Brian. And yeah, we found a really good car in Louisiana that's spec'd perfectly. So hoping he goes for that, and maybe we'll road trip it back. That'd be kind of fun. But now you can see why I love doing my range tests out here. Absolutely nothing in the way. what do you guys think snacks-wise? We have some Doritos, very unhealthy. Not feeling like breaking them out. I think I am going to crack open. You guys need to call AT&T and tell them to fix the towers out here. The kind of guy that drinks smart water, it is smart car. That is a very Kyle thing to do. That is something I would do 100%. Wow, but this is luxury living right here. Love this EQS. Doritos were the only option. You didn't miss anything. Welcome to Kimball, Nebraska. Well, Alyssa just had a video up on the channel yesterday, so why are you missing her? Oh, my grandma liked the Ioniq 5. She thought it was pretty cool. There's a big town out here, Kimball. You're looking at it. Yeah, I'd like to drive the Skoda Enyaq, and hopefully we'll be able to do so when I'm in Europe. I wish we were sponsored by Starbucks. Yeah, Alyssa did a great job in that last video. She's a trooper. ID4 all-wheel drive's awesome. No settling there. Have I tested any hydrogen vehicles? No, but soon I want to. I actually want to do a hydrogen and EV race up California. Am I going to range test the Solterra? Yeah, one day when I can get my hands on one. I imagine it won't be long before someone in Colorado buys one. Yeah, I think we'll see the Chinese wave of EVs has yet to happen, but it's going to happen at some point soon. Are any of the EU EVs going to be available in North America? I doubt it. Skoda MG, no, I don't think so. We don't really have a knowledge of those brands. It'd be a hard start for them. Same with the Chinese stuff, but I think the Chinese stuff is almost more interesting in a lot of ways. Well, if you get your Solterra in Pennsylvania before everyone, maybe I'll come out and we'll film some videos with it. That'd be kind of fun. Yeah, Rolls-Royce will benefit a lot from the switch to EVs. You can see an exploded tire coming up on the left here at the bottom of the dip, and I see a truck pulled over on the shoulder up ahead. So let's try not to damage the paintwork on this car. We're going to avoid some of this exploded tire. And so there's all that. No damage to the car. And let's move over. I've already reviewed a walk around of the BZ4X. You can see my thoughts there on out of spec reviews. And dang, it's one of their drive tires that exploded too. That sucks. Oh, you want we should range test a Bugatti Chiron? I don't think so. Renault Zoes are sweet. Best Chinese electric brand? I don't know. I haven't driven any of them. I mean, Neo and Xpeng or Xiaopeng seem to be the two best, or at least most known. BYD, of course. Neo seems to be great. Xiaopeng seems to be great. I don't know. Yeah, if there's conflict and war, and you know, this whole craziness continues, no one's going to want to buy Chinese cars, I think, in the U.S. I should try and review the NSX Type S. Yeah, but I don't know how well that would do in our channel. I would love to, of course. You drive a Zoe. Sweet. I took a Zoe around the Nürburgring. I have a video on it. My friend Robin's car. Zeker 01. Interesting. Dream Revel trip location? I don't know. We've kind of taken it everywhere we want to go. Might sell it, actually. Hour per mile, 309. 90 miles into this test at 72% state of charge. I'll give you a little stats update here. There you go. I am holding the wheel. You can see a car's projecting 280 miles remaining. If I go over here to consumption, you can see our graph. Yeah, EV6 is a tall car. It's you know, it's a lot bigger than it looks with Ioniq 5. Yep, definitely going to wake some people up to relying on, especially foreign energy. I think regardless of what the energy is, whether it's hydrogen, electric, or fossil, or whatever it is, I think just relying on foreign energy is a scary thing. Where are all the places we've gone in our Revel? Oh, all over the country. We've crisscrossed the country in that thing. We did 20,000 miles in like 5 months, and then we kind of just parked it. So, I don't know. I haven't used it recently, at least. What's better, EQS or Plaid? Well, it just depends on what you're trying to do. If you're road tripping like I am now, the EQS is far superior, so much more comfortable. The driver assistance is great. But if you want to go freaking fast, the Plaid's way faster. Yep, oil and energy, foreign sources are going to get very expensive. So why Taycan over EQS if EQS is more comfortable? Taycan's still very comfortable. It's just a lot sportier. So for me, I just love the seating position in Taycan. I love how that car drives when I drive it hard. And it's got really this great juxtaposition of being able to cruise down the highway at very high rates of speed and then also shred up a back road, but then also have some, you know, four-wheel drive stuff. Styling wise, look, the Taycan looks good. I don't think it's the best looking car on the market. I actually think a Model S looks better than a Taycan objectively, or subjectively to me. But yeah, let's see. Am I using the seat warmers? No, it's warm out. It's 65 degrees Fahrenheit outside. Well, 10 cents per kilowatt hour is pretty cheap. How's the interior on the Model 3 holding up? Really well, and we'll have a whole review part of our 100,000 mile series, you guys have seen that we're driving, no, not using the massaging seats, but you can see, you know, we already started to film the 100,000 mile stuff with the degradation tests, etc. We're going to package this up into a multi-part series, and part of that is going to be examining the interior, but I have to say it'll come back pretty much to brand new. It's amazing. What's the cost of the most spec'd out Taycan? Mid to high $200,000 range if you spec like leather key fob or custom graphics or paint to sample. You can do a whole bunch of stuff. Taycan front looks strange. Huh. Yeah, I get it. It's got a little bit of a frog look. I like it. I think it's a great looking vehicle. But I care more about how it drives, and that's where it excels. The EQS is awesome, but it's got this terrible brake pedal. It has the worst brake pedal of any car I've driven, actually. Yeah, I agree. I think the degradation on the Model 3 is not bad. I was impressed. Can't believe you watched the whole 5 hours. Thanks so much for doing that. That's amazing. EQS can be had at MSRP today. That's good to know. Good to know. Awesome. Oh, cab over on the left. Take a look at this thing. So cool. Love it. Love seeing those old things still around. You get a Detroit 2-stroke diesel in like an old white Freightliner. They sound amazing. I actually pay 7 cents per kilowatt hour at home at nighttime, and then like 28 during peak times. Something like that. Yeah, Euro semis I think have length requirements more so than the US, so they do cab overs to shorten the overall length of the truck and trailer. What charger do I have at home? I have 2 Tesla wall connectors that are load shared. So if I plug one car in, it'll do 48 amps. If I plug 2 in, they'll do half that each. Yeah, cost of the highest spec Taycan, I think I mentioned, was about mid to high $200,000 range. And that's if you put every option on it. But you can get a nice one for like 150, 160. Do I have battery backup to store the cheaper rate? No, not really. I just set the cars to not charge during peak times, but honestly, we don't really think about it too much. We probably should think about it a little bit more. Yep. You have a Taycan that you're selling, Cross Turismo at 2,000 miles? Really? Shoot me some info at info@outofspecstudios.com. How long do I plan on keeping the Model 3? I'm not sure. I don't own my house, so solar doesn't really work for us right now. It doesn't make sense to buy a house in this market. Cows on the right. Yeah, I might make it to New York before I have to turn around if this thing keeps going the way it is. 308 watt-hour per mile throughout the entire drive. I mean, that's insane for being on big 21-inch wheels and winter tires. I mean, this car can have a much more aero setup, and I think with that, we'd be under 300 watt-hour per mile right now. Truly insanely good efficiency and range here so far. It's going to do very close to 400 miles. I wish I could use my seat massager, but not really. So our next trip, we're not actually on a road trip, Cole, so we're just doing a range test. So I'm going to be ending where I started. We're currently 109 miles into the trip. You can see here, 109 miles in, 308 watt hour per mile. And we are at 69% state of charge. No problem. No, Bill, you'll have a good trip on your way out here. I would try to avoid Joplin, Missouri, but I don't know if you really go through there. I used to live in Raleigh for years, so love Chapel Hill. That's awesome. Used to go to Chapel Hill all the time, actually, like 3-4 times a week. How's the adaptive cruise and lane tracing? Stellar. One of the best on the market. Makes lane changes for you. Here, I'll actually show you. Why don't I do that? Take a look at this. Left lane change initiated. And I don't know if you can see in the heads-up display. You really can't, actually. But it just did that for us all by itself. Oh, it's so funny how it does the heads-up display. And then we'll hit the right turn. There you can see the arrow. And now it's moving around. Take a look at that. Isn't that wild? It's all one color to me. Sorry, I don't know why it picks up the camera differently. Are the wheels staggered in the EQS? I don't think so. I'll look though. That's a good point. I should have checked. Are you guys visiting Giga Austin soon? I was thinking about going to South by Southwest in a few days, but I'm not sure it's really worth it. I wanted to go film the ID Buzz. That would really be the only reason to go. Yeah, heads-up display is nice, but ID4, they really wanted to keep the cost down. And honestly, the entire Volkswagen range is really well priced in the US. I travel at 70 miles an hour constant, and we're between 60 and 70 degrees so far during this test. Fahrenheit. Oh, congrats on your Model 3 long range. That's awesome. Congrats, that's cool. What is my choice for headphones? I don't know. I've been trying to find a good set of headphones. Andrew, if you don't own an EV, use PlugShare to look for chargers if you're not. There's plenty of stuff around. But maybe not where you're going, I don't know. Yeah, automatic wipers in Teslas have always been crap. Except for the early AP1 cars. Ooh, bummer about your Model 3 being delayed. That sucks. AirPods Max? I was thinking about going for those. I like everything, you know, I like that Apple, everything kind of works together pretty well. Just bump it in the left lane. There's no one behind us. I don't want to get the aero advantage of this truck. To set factory tire pressure, I actually, yeah, so I can do it at home. I have a pump, but honestly, on the way to the charger to start it, I go buy discount tire, and they just do it for free. I just roll up. They know now. They're like, oh, what are you testing now? I'm like, this one, can you please set, because I go like 2 or 3 times a week, because we do MPG testing and EV range testing, and I always have them set the tire pressures to what the door card says. The thing is, if it's warm, like if I've already driven it quite a bit, I have them set 2 PSI higher than what it says on the door card, because that's technically a cold rating recommendation. So that's how I do it. Wow, AirPods Max sounds like a pretty sweet deal. Yeah, truck is at 68 and we're at 70. That's exactly what's happening. How are the massaging chairs? I wish I could use them, but as part of the range tests, I don't. It probably wouldn't make much of a difference, but it's still something that I don't do. I wish I made up different rules, though. So how do you think they got this truck in the center of the trailer? I've never really seen anything like this. They must have had one hell of a ramp. You guys see that? They must have driven it over this hump over here and then got it in the center. Gosh, I really hate to be next to trucks like this, but there's nothing we can do. We got to go 70. Maybe I'll go 71 just to get by them. There we go, 71. Yeah, hoisted it on there perhaps. We're almost past them. And close. This is a long car. I think this thing's almost like 5 meters long. Might be longer than that. And here we are making a lane change back. Oh, they backed the truck on. I guess that makes sense. Low boy trailer. Nice. If you're 6'2", 300 pounds, will you fit comfortably? So that's a little bit taller than I am, a little bit bigger, but yeah, I mean, I feel like there's plenty of room. I don't know if I can show you kind of here, but like, just like so much room in this thing. It's amazing. Yes, you'll fit just fine. You could like lounge out. It's so great. Amazing. Yes, I'm back to 70. I only actually bumped up to 71 miles an hour for like a half a second, and then I think he slowed down a little bit. Status, 67% state of charge. Car's predicting 257 miles. We're at 309 watt-hour per mile, 117 miles traveled. Looks to be a downhill section in front of us here a little bit. Well, hey, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it. I don't know, I haven't really spent time at high speed in this car, so it's hard to guess. It's pretty efficient though, aero-wise. It's really low coefficient of drag. Road work next 8 miles. No cell phone use. Okay. The EQS is 207 inches long. Wow. Big car. I don't know if it has a heat pump. I think it does, but I don't know for sure. No? Okay, interesting. So no heat pump. I have it somewhere. I just don't know why I can't remember. Usually I'm pretty good at remembering that stuff. A better route planner is amazing. Love it. Big fan. Yeah, I'd be happy if we could see 350 miles on this test. I think that'd be a huge showing. Anything over 300 is impressive, and I think we'll do that, no problem. Which cars have caused the most head turns from onlookers? The Ford Maverick, surprisingly recently. The Supra. Yeah, I would say those two are probably two big ones that come to mind. Do I prefer physical dials for AC or touchscreen? I don't think it really matters to me as long as it works well. Both can be implemented well or bad. Good or bad, I should say. So it just depends. Yeah, the Supra looks awesome. We had a bright yellow 6-cylinder one and a gray 4-cylinder one, and like when you the 6. Yes, the electric Silverado should have just been called the Avalanche. Yeah, I'm definitely one of those where I'll just set everything to auto and then just change the temperature. Totally agree. 68 to 72. Thoughts on the upcoming manual Supra? Should have launched with it, and who knows how good the manual will be. Doesn't matter. Needs to happen. Any combustion cars, because it doesn't really matter. We just need to do efficiency testing. Phone mount's pretty not great, I have to say. Sorry for shaking y'all. Nissan Ariya, so they're doing like this Spain drive for journalists on a track, but no road use soon. I've already asked Nissan. Nissan is going to try and get us one as soon as possible where we can drive it on public roads and do some testing. Still driving away from Fort Collins, but not really uphill. We're actually at lower elevation than Fort Collins right now by about 200 or 300 feet because we're heading east, so it's actually, we're going down. Yeah, well, the Ariya media launch is later this month, I believe. Yeah, so when we build out the future out-of-spec ranch, don't expect anything soon. This is going to come years and years and years where we really work on this project. I want it to be, we need to find the perfect spot. And then this will have, yeah, all of the efficiency you can imagine. Solar, wind, geothermal. I want to get pretty creative, and I want to film a whole bunch of videos creating the place. To me, that's where I can see my passion being for a little while, is really building a super sustainable, cool ranch with a racetrack or rally circuit. Autocross around cows. The course changes constantly. So we're coming into Sidney, Nebraska. Yeah, Moo Moo Meadows in Mario Kart, absolutely. The one thing we need to do is to make sure we don't navigate back to the charging station itself, because the car will try and precondition for fast charging. So we'll put it to the gas station instead of the charging station. Yeah, a lot to do on the Euro trip. It just depends. Like, first off, let's just hope the situation is settled down and the rest of Europe doesn't get roped in and we don't get roped in, and that would cancel the plans. But yeah, gonna do a lot of stuff with Magna in Austria. which is going to be really cool. So Fisker Ocean production line, I-Pace production line. Magna's actually just signed on to become a partnership with us for the next few months for Out of Spec reviews and this channel. So we're pretty excited about it. They're going to talk about how they design and engineer parts, and it's going to be super duper interesting to me. At least I'm excited about it. Hopefully you guys are. And then yeah, so we'll do some stuff in Europe. We'll do some testing of cars, top speed runs, Nürburgring laps, the usual, doing all the things. So there's a truck on the right I need to move over, but there's a Silverado passing us on the left. Come on, Silverado, hit the gas. And here we go. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I'm really excited about this Magna, partnership that we're going in on. We are working on developing programs to do some things, but they're going to let us into some really like secretive backroom stuff and show us how they engineer anything from electric vehicle drivetrains to like seats for cars. It's going to be amazing. We're going to have a whole series on it. It's really cool. They do ADAS sensor stuff, so I'm really excited for this. Would I ever move to Europe? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and I think I will probably one day. I'll probably be back and forth is kind of what I think the future looks like for me. Just because there's so much innovation going on in the car world in Europe and China. Hello from Ontario. Hello from Nebraska. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. I will be checking out the EVs in Europe. Yep. Where in Europe are we going, or where in Europe would I live, Michael? Yeah, I love Germany. Germany's a great place. Where would I... yeah, Munich is great. Probably Munich, or for like a home base, I'd see working pretty well. And yeah, love Norway, maybe Bergen. But the problem with Norway is just hard to get around. There's not many highways. You kind of have to like get to Oslo to like get out of the place. So yeah, probably not up there full time. But definitely Munich, I could see. Cows on the right. Munich is expensive to live. Yeah, not really. I mean, not compared to where we live now. Maybe a bit more, but not by much. I just want to drive on the Autobahn. Yeah, so I like Munich because there's a ton of car stuff going on. It's a great vibe. Love the mountains just being south of the city. And then, like, if in the middle of the night you just feel like getting to Stuttgart in 45, 50 minutes, you just hammer down. And at nighttime, that whole stretch is de-restricted. During the day, it's pretty speed limited. But at night, you can just go wide open. And that's a good flat section of straight road. You can. And if you go up towards Berlin in the eastern part of the country, there's really nothing up there. State of charge tech, let's take a look. We are at 62% state of charge. We have traveled 131 miles at 314 watt-hour per mile. And it's taken us almost 2 hours of driving, and we still have 62% state of charge left. That's wild. This is a road tripping machine right here. Australia. Well, good afternoon from Nebraska, USA. You're looking at about the most exciting thing that's happened in Nebraska. Has V11 grown on you? No, it's still stupid. Really enjoyed the Euro road trip videos. That's awesome. They didn't actually perform that well, but I really enjoyed it. Yeah, where I'm thinking turnaround, maybe that's not a bad spot. We'll take a look. We got to start thinking about that here pretty soon. Chapel, yeah, that seems about right to me right now. I agree. Going to meet with Bjorn in Europe. Hopefully, I'd love to meet him. Never have. We've been trying to get together, but our schedules never really align. Do I fly business class when flying internationally? Sometimes, because I fly a lot, I'm really lucky I get upgraded often. So I always love to get those upgrades on the international flights. Yeah, so the problem is we're at lower elevation than where we'll be ending up. So that 350 mile estimate might be a bit too much. I think it'll probably come in under 350 if that's what we're tracking. Just because we gotta technically go up to 6,000 feet and then back down. Not quite 6,000, but yeah, it's definitely gonna be a little while. Little while till we find out. Hello from Nebraska, but on the east side. Well, if you start driving west and I continue driving east, we'll see each other in about 5 hours. That's how big Nebraska is. I don't know if it would actually be 5 hours, but it'd be a long time. Where am I design? Get it in. But the front is not an attractive looking car. Do the studded tires cause any damage to the driveway or garage floor? No, but I don't also dry steer it a lot. So like if you were to like dig the tires in, then like steering without moving, then maybe. It's certainly going to be more harsh on the conditions than a regular tire, but I haven't noticed any indication that they're wearing away. I really don't put the car in the garage that much, but I guess it has been in enough, and I haven't noticed any damage to the floors. But right now the studded tires are not on the Tesla. Cooling down a little bit here. It's at 50 degrees Fahrenheit, so that's interesting. I wonder if we just hit a cold patch or what's going on. I think just because of the temperature, maybe we'll start thinking about where we should turn around here. We're at 60% state of charge. Please repeat IX comments. Ugly from the front, nice from the back. Yeah, just testing the waters with these live streams, but I'm really enjoying them. And if anything, it kind of encourages me to get out and do more driving because I get to chat with all of you guys. Yes, XC40 Volvo sent one out here to Colorado. I think we get it in 2 or 3 weeks. How hot is it? Yeah, it's cooling down very quickly, very rapidly. It just went from like 55 to 48 instantly. So I'm not sure if the reading's accurate or what's going on. Oh, guys, take a look at this truck cab over. This is so sweet. So, and I also see some clouds ahead. So what I'm gonna do is take the next exit, U-turn early, and we'll loop around where it's warmer. Oh, that thing is so sweet. Nice truck. Yeah, but keep in mind, we're only going one direction when you're tracking that, so it becomes even more important when we track it after we turn around. Oh, cool, you're down from Saskatchewan. Yeah, so basically the test starts and ends in basically Fort Collins, Colorado. What do I think of Volvo and Polestar Android operating system? It's great, really good, like it a lot. Hey, my dad's here. Everyone say hello to Out of Spec Dad. The inside of the iX is wonderful. Yeah, we're going in and out of cell service here a little bit. All right, so our exit. Yeah, I've driven an American Fiat 500e. They're pretty fun. They do huge burnouts, but they're built kind of like crap. I charged not using Eco Charging. I used full beans. I'm just going to film for the main video now. You join us hours into the trip, 2 hours in right now, where we're going to be taking our exit loop. A little bit early, but you can see the temperature has just dropped from the mid 50s, honestly high 50s, very quickly down. So I think this storm might be coming in or something, but I'm kicking us off 70 miles an hour. We're taking this exit. We're going to go back to a little bit warmer weather and a little bit less wind, just because we can. And I'd rather have a little bit more of an accurate test. So let's bump off here. We'll hop in, we'll loop back. And again, we're at 59% state of charge. So we really didn't even turn around that early, but definitely looking forward to seeing what this thing will do. A little bit of regen here. We'll make sure we're not going to hit the huge amounts of cross traffic coming this way. And we'll just merge around. It's just absolutely empty over this way here. Again, 313 watt-hour per mile is insanely efficient, but we have lost a little bit of elevation since we started this trip up in Wellington, Colorado. And so let's head back. Let's see what we should do. In theory, our consumption should go up a little bit just due to the elevation change. And that's why we run a loop style test. So the entire test is a 0 elevation gain or loss. And here we go. Left turn. Ripping it, rear steer, helping out quite a bit. And then just gentle accelerations till the end of the on-ramp when we hit 70 miles an hour. I'll update you what happens when we hit 50% state of charge, but I feel like it's going to be a while. This is a full day operation to range test this car. It's one of those situations where that truck is going, I think, a hair faster than us, I'm not sure, but he might lose a bit on the hill. So we'll see. No one's behind us, so I'm not really hogging anyone on the left. Looks like a truck wants to go for a pass. I think this guy in the semi is actually going to go a little bit faster, so I'm just going to let a Sierra go by, a GMC Sierra Denali coming up. Looks good too. So in a big trailer, I'm gonna let him hammer by. Single rear wheel truck, but putting in the work, that's for sure. Look at this thing. All right, there we go. And we'll move left just to avoid any aero advantage from that truck. So we turned around in, I don't know, Lodgepole. Nope, it was the one just west of that. 17E, I think, was the road that we turned around on. Yeah, this truck is doing exactly 70 miles an hour. This is so annoying. Oh, no. Someone's got to go faster than someone else here. And I can't sit behind him because I don't want the aero advantage. Not really sure what to do. I guess we just got to sit here and deal with it. Any plans to pursue a lifestyle and health channel? Absolutely not. No, thank you. Nope. Yeah, he's right at 70. We're right at 70. He's coming up on this tanker truck. Maybe that'll hold him up. I don't know. I want to let him over if he wants to come over, but he's not asking. Yeah, Dad, you got to shoot your Ioniq 5 update. You've had it a week now. Bump it up to 72 for a minute. Let's just see what happens here with this tanker on the right side. I'm going to flash him and tell him he can come over if he wants. There you go. We'll figure out the situation after this. Current watt hour per mile, 316, 316 watt hour per mile. I think he is going slightly under 70. Just a hair. I don't know. I also have a truck that wants to pass behind us, so I'll duck in the right-hand lane here behind this guy. Let the pickup go by, and then we'll move left. Joe from Tampa, hey, welcome back. Thanks for joining again. There we go. All right, I'm gonna bump it up to 71 or 72. Let's just go 72. Let's get by this guy, put some distance, and then we'll sit at 70. I think that's the best option here. Does this car have adaptive cruise control? Yes, and lane centering. So everything you're looking at, the car's keeping us in the lanes. And it even makes lane changes for you, which is awesome. So the only problem with passing this guy now is like on the downhill, he's going to gain more speed. Yikes. So on the uphill, I'll merge right because he's just like sitting in the right rear corner. Actually, I think I can move over now. $312 watt hour per mile is great for 70. I agree. We're at 316, but nearest makes no difference. That's amazing. Yeah, the noise for you guys is loud, but for me, it's nothing. I think it's just the way that the phone picks up the audio. I use AT&T, and it cuts in and out on this trip, so be prepared. Model 3 to Model S upgrade? Yeah, sure. I think Model Y almost feels roomier than Model S, just because it's got a lot more headroom. How is the car running? Running great. Cruising. Going back through, is this Sydney? Yep, going back through Sydney, Nebraska. Yeah, Starlink will be the best thing for the Revel, for RVers, for people that like to get out and about, for sure. The wheelbase is as big as a Palisade on Ioniq 5, but the car itself is not really. Will I be testing the i4 F50? I already have, but I will be doing range and charging testing soon, of course. Yeah, Electrify America is much better these days than back in the day. Reliability is improving, I have to say. I pretty much never worry if I'm able to charge anymore. I just get there and maybe there's like a connection issue or a little hassle, but I always know I'm pretty much able to charge at EA. They're going to go unibody, or they'll just have to adapt the battery to a body-on-frame. LFA is a great sounding car, but I would say I like a V10-ish, but not really. I think out of V10s by far, it's Yamaha tuned, amazing car. But I think if you get me like a V12 Vantage S with, yeah, that to me is peak exhaust noise. That Aston V12, and it's not even that like special of an engine. It's basically two Ford V6s bolted together, but it sounds incredible. H&K, yeah, I mean that's what I shoot. I like it, but I'm not that into it. I just like to go to the range once in a while. But I like the HK German, I don't know, kind of cool. Just dabble around there. Yeah, the charger by my house has been offline for months, but I think a lot of it's they just can't get parts because of the shortages. But then it's like, okay, like you should have planned for something, like have parts in inventory. I don't know, it just seems like a little bit of a mess. Oh, I've been into cars forever. I mean, my dad's into cars. He's here in the chat. Cars. I think I just took his passion and multiplied it times 100. We're at 55% state of charge, and the car is projecting 204 miles remaining. I don't think relying on vision is the best strategy for today, at least. No. I get some of their arguments, but I don't see why you wouldn't just have redundant sensors. I don't know. I'm not, you know, I'm an expert on using autopilot and experiencing it, but I don't know much about. I understand LiDAR is a great thing to have for backup and for poor weather conditions, but like on a sunny day, do you really need all that stuff? Really, if you ask me. Did the temperature recover? Yes, we're back up well into the 50s now, 55 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, I've been able to charge Ioniq 5 at 242 kilowatt peak in the US. I'm maintaining 7 miles an hour the entire time. Because this is an accurate or repeatable range test, it has to be a constant speed. So it's always 70. 200 miles projected at 54%. My favorite city I've been to in Germany, really like Cologne. Of course, Nuremberg is great because it's right by the ring and I love the car culture. But also, there's a little town just outside of Stuttgart called Esslingen that's pretty nice. Enjoyed that as well. Yeah, I have the best job in the world. It's crazy. But what's crazy is everyone's like, oh, how do you do what you do? I'm like, I don't know. Do you own an iPhone? Then you have the exact same tools I do. How did I convince manufacturers to give us cars? Oh yeah, that's the hardest part. And honestly, it's always going to be the hardest part because it's like programs, especially with COVID, we're getting smaller. So it was hard to like get on the list for first drives. And honestly, we don't get invited to everything. But I think from our side, how did we convince them? We just started reviewing. I guess the best thing to do is like find an owner of the car. Like for Porsche, for example, we range tested my friend's car. He bought one. He was a viewer of the channel. He said, go ahead. I sent Porsche the video. I said, by the way, here's what we do. And they said, oh, no way. That's really freaking cool. Let's work together some more. And we just did that over and over and over. And yeah, you obviously need numbers. They need ROI on their loans. But yeah, I mean, I would say we have a unique way of testing EVs that no one else is really doing. That really helped us get on the map with automakers. Yeah, the road here is not great, but this is honestly not a bad road considering much of the US. If you want to see bad roads, just go outside of Detroit. It's really bad. Yeah, we still have to gain elevation, so I wouldn't trust the GOM quite yet. But consumption slightly increasing-ish, 315 watt-hour per mile. I-80 through Nebraska is much more enjoyable than I-70 through Kansas, in my opinion. Although I do that Kansas drive a lot. how's the sound system in this car? It's great, but it's not like the best. They put a better sound system in the combustion S-Class than this car. But it is really, really good. Really good. For most people, it's probably the best sound system they would have ever heard. But when you get into like a combustion S-Class with a 4D Burmester, it's pretty insane. Or like the Bentley name system. Acuras have a pretty good system. Volvo's Bowers & Wilkins is pretty rad. A lot of good systems out there. Yeah, the road should sound a little bit better now. Yeah, interstate numbering. I'm surprised how many people didn't realize the farther north you go, the higher the number, and they're always even numbers. And north-south roads are odd numbers, and they increase as you go right. Compared to Tesla's sound system, Teslas have pretty good sound systems, actually. So, especially in the new cars. Yeah, I mean, it's comparable. This has a little bit more functionality and adjustment. If you watch a video I put up on out-of-spec reviews today, somewhere in the middle I set up the sound system and build my personal sound profile, and you can really fine-tune this system as good as it can get. Am I into expensive home audio? No, I wish. Again, you gotta, for me, I could easily get into home audio. Yes, I'm just currently not. It's a very expensive world, and I don't really want to go drop 50 or 100 grand on a not even perfect system. So I just think it's better I stay out of that world. Yeah, XC90 with Bowers & Wilkins is one of the best sound systems in cars, by far. But it needs to be a 90 chassis Volvo. The 60s have Bowers & Wilkins, but they don't sound as good as the 90 cars. Yep, good math. Appreciate you sharing that. Be curious to see what this thing continues to do. I mean, that's why we have to run the range test, because the BMS can be confused, or Mercedes could have just programmed in a different like visual strategy for charging. I don't know. Like, it shows 52% remaining, but is it actually? I don't have the OBD data on this car. I tried, I couldn't get OBD to hook up. Oh, damn, they got 5K markup on that Golf R? That's a bummer. Someone should be willing to sell you a Golf R for a sticker, but the thing is, they all burned up or sunk on that ship. Burned up and then sunk. How's the ID4 sound system in the US? Not good. Not good. Not bad, but just at moderate levels, it's fine. You just don't want to turn it up very high. What's range and percentage looking up? Let me show you. We're at 51% state of charge, 190 miles projected remaining, 316 watt-hour per mile. We've driven 167 miles. We're into this thing almost 2.5 hours now. Yep, exactly. All right, set your timers 1 minute. We got to do an update at 50% for the video. Does my mom... Oh, look, there's people on the bridge holding an American flag here. I wonder what's going on. Just showing their support for the country. Have I turned around yet? Yes. Your mom still has the Model Y. Is she liking it? No, she drives a Porsche Macan now. And she loves that more than her Tesla. 50% check-in. Actually, not quite. We're still at 51%, surprisingly. No, I've never really run out like that before. Never run out in an EV, knock on wood. 1 minute mark. Thank you so much, but it's still actually at 51%. She has a base engine. She had a Macan S before she got her Model Y, and now she has a reconnecting. Time to film an update. Let's do it. We have traveled 170 miles so far, and we are now at 50% state of charge. This will be by far the longest range EV I've ever tested. Perfect conditions. We had that dip down to colder temps, but now we're back up in that almost 60-degree range, so very happy there. Beautiful day, very little wind. Again, we have about a 3 to 5 mile an hour side wind. But that's just what happens in the real world. And side winds you can't really counteract, so that's always a little bit of a bummer. But the EQS is wonderful. Maybe about to break open into the Doritos here shortly. We'll see. But man, I'm just really enjoying this silent machine that is the EQS. There's no, I wish, but I do love the pillows here. And yeah, just a very comfortable car, even without the use of the massage seats. But I would 100% use it every time when I'm not doing range testing. Sorry, just had to film an update for the main video. So we're at 171 miles driven. This is kind of odd. So we've gone 50% from full, 171 miles driven, but it's predicting 185 miles to go. And so my guess is the guessometer must not look at that long of a driving history. So that's, yeah. Yeah, so I think that where the camera's located, where you guys are, and the phone, it does pick up a lot of wind and tire noise, more so than what I'm hearing at least. Because to me, it's just dead quiet. I don't want to get too close to this Decker truck here, but we're kind of going the same speed. Yeah, the massage seats really don't reduce range. I can't imagine it would even be 50 feet. I don't know. But just part of the testing procedures. Try and make it as accurate as possible. See if he accelerates on the downhill. If not, then I think we will go for a pass. Got a Kia Telluride coming up behind. I'll let them go and then we'll initiate passing sequence. Hey, Jordan Schieffer. Chief Sheaf in the house. All right, we got to get past this truck. Come on, Telluride, let's go. What's the watt hour per mile? 317 we're sitting at since we left. Here we go. Initiating passing sequence. It was 312 to 315. Yeah, we're at 317 right now. Again, we have to gain some elevation to get back to where we're going. That's why you have to run a loop style test. If anyone does a range test and they go point to point, that's just not even useful data. Yeah, I agree. Really not bad for a heavy car on snow tire and 21-inch wheels. I bet it weighs more than a Model S as well, but it's got a bigger battery. But it just feels heavy. Got a train coming in on the right. All right, we got a convoy of trucks that have just caught up. I didn't hold them up, but it was pretty close. Here they come. Yeah, imagine what it does on aero wheels. It must be 5% better on aero wheel and tire, would be my guess. You can see that truck's getting hit with a little bit of crosswind. Just two trucks, nothing fancy. See, he's coming over the lane just for crosswind. Yeah, in Australia, you can get road trains that are huge. I love it. Matt, just send us a message for your Taycan. Yeah, that's my biggest fear with trucks out here is cracking the windshield. Jordan, you know we crack a lot of windshields because of situations like that. And that's one of the downsides of the test is like we have to like sometimes sit next to trucks longer than we want, which increases risk of damage. .63 degrees Fahrenheit now. Definitely warming up real quick. That's what we need. So the majority of this test was done between 60 and 70, but we did have a spike, a cold spike hit us for a little while. Am I into planes? Getting more into planes, yes, and would love to get my private pilot license at some point in the next few years to fly around. But it kind of filled up my time without a spec right now. See, the trucks can't even keep it in their own lane. I'm breaking open the Doritos. Let's do it. Hold on, let's flip this around. We gotta break into these bad boys. Oh yes. Here we go. Lovely. Oh, that's awesome. Got your private 2 years ago? So sweet. How do I feel about trains? Love trains. I like anything that moves. I mean, it's pretty fascinating. And now that our office is right next to train tracks, I'm starting to take a look at the differences and figuring out what they're carrying and figuring out where they're going. It's cool. Oh yeah, Model 3's fixed. We fixed it at the end of the video and it's totally fine. No issue at all. Yeah, Cool Ranch Doritos is the way to go. Planes, trains, and automobiles, absolutely. These trucks are really coming into our lane. It's crazy. The wind is hitting them. Oh yeah, let's go to the train museum next to your house, Jordan. We can do that this week or next week. Hey from Switzerland. Hey from Colorado. Actually, sorry, we're in Nebraska. We are doing 70 miles per hour constant, 112, 113 kilometers. Yeah, we're on my favorite test route just because there's no traffic. It's great. Nope, the i3 is sold. The i3 is gone. We don't have it anymore. Hey from the UK, that's awesome. Hey from Nebraska. Look at the name of this town. The town name is Dix. We are now driving through Dix. And now we have American flags again. There must be something going on. How about this? What is it? Does anyone know what's going on? This is the second time we've seen it. America. Huh. Well, I don't really live near E470. I live north of the city. I don't really see a convoy. I'm not sure. They all seem to be facing away from us, so I think they're looking for trucks or something coming this way. People's convoy. Huh. Interesting. Oh, I'll do a range test anywhere. We designed the test where we can do it in any parts of the country, so it's fine. What was the most fun car I've ever driven? I don't know. Driven a lot of fun stuff. I've been really lucky. Morgan three-wheeler. How below zero are you taking it? Not that far. We'll see how it feels. There's a settings that'll tell us how much percentage of power we have left. So if it gets too low, we'll plug it in. Car's predicting 170 miles remaining. We're at 46% state of charge. We've driven 183. Have I ever considered an 80 mile an hour test loop? Yes. I think what I should start doing is we mile an hour full 100 to 0, look at battery capacity, the whole bit, and then maybe look at just an 80 mile an hour, 85 mile an hour efficiency, because that's how fast we drive out west. Yeah, I totally agree. 70 miles an hour isn't representative of my driving. It's just a speed that we can replicate anywhere in the country to have a consistent basis in one test to rate all cars on. Because keep in mind, when cars give us the EPA ratings, there's different tests they can run them through. So for example, certain cars are run through a 2-cycle EPA and certain cars are run through a 5-cycle. So at least here we've created our own verification standardized test is the idea. Yeah, no one really lives out here, so there's not many cars. And of the cars that are out here, people are usually on road trips. Yeah, but I miss the Autobahn massively. When I come back from Germany and get back to the US, I'm like, whoa, we gotta like slow way down. Because on the Autobahns in Germany, I take advantage of every de-restricted zone, regardless if I'm in electric or combustion, and it's just wide open throttle as much as possible. Although there's tons of traffic in Germany. Speed limit up to Casper 85? Maybe. I haven't really spent much time north of Cheyenne. Only a couple times have I gone up there. Do Altima owners go that fast? Look, Altima owners do about 150 with their headlights off on shoulder passing everyone. It's the only way you could drive one. No, we don't have that many speed cameras in the USA, but we do have them in the town where I live, and it infuriates me. Wow, your Altima definitely wants a different owner if you're only driving at 75. That thing is born to run, baby. That thing is a freaking race car. Yeah, this EQS has a wonderful sunroof that opens up. I had it open the other day. It's great. Yeah, Cool Ranch Doritos adding to the range test experience for sure. What did you say? Sorry. Yeah, my dad knows my least favorite car. been my least favorite car my whole life. Haha, someone got it. Yeah, 80 miles an hour in Florida is basically like being parked. You really need to do it at least 130 with no license plates and either high beams on or headlights off. Those are your only options. And you probably got to shoot out the window. Then maybe they'll at least give you the time of day. But Florida's a whole nother world. Why did I leave North Carolina? I loved North Carolina, really did. But, you know, when we think about, you know, where I wanted to be for the next while, Colorado is the place. Oh, it was the Nissan Versa is my least favorite car. Yes, the Ioniq 5's been in the States for a while now. What's wrong with the Versa? Well, let's start with what's right with the Versa. Nothing. Alyssa is still not into cars. Wow, the dealer gave you a Nissan Versa rental car? You should have just walked. That would have been an upgrade. A Hyundai Santro. Never heard of it. Kyle's not getting a job with Nissan PR. Look, if I ever go work for an automaker, it's going to have to be something pretty spicy. I would only work for a company I'm really excited with because, you know, I have a pretty cool job right now. It'd have to be something pretty amazing. I couldn't see doing anything else, honestly. I think YouTube is just the move. As long as, and it may not be YouTube. People who know me personally, I'm really concerned that YouTube might just fail one day. And so, you know, I think as long as people want to watch the content, we'll have a platform to deliver it on. Rivian's sweet. Buick Verano. That's a pretty terrible car. Yeah, we're open to different platforms. If you have platform ideas that we should be on, just shoot us an email at info@aspectstudios.com and we'll look at joining. I'm open to joining anything. Yeah, sorry, the camera's maybe not the best focus. I apologize. Nothing I can really do about it. Can you guys comment with what cars you own? I'm really curious. Because I know we have a lot of viewers that don't own electric cars right now. Yeah, dash reflection's bad. I'm sorry. Not much I can do about it. The sun's kind of hammering us right now. No, I want to go run by and see where the EA installations are going on in Wyoming. I tried to look for them a while ago, but they hadn't started at that point. Golf GTI, nice. Model Y, Model 3, Prius, Model 3, Model Y, Altima, Outback, Corsa E, that's cool. Honda E, no way, that's my favorite. BMW i3, love it. Highlander and Expedition, good combo. Tundra, oh, a Clubman, no way. A 2011 Clubman, did it say? Oh no, I don't know what year it was. RDX Bolt, that's sweet. Polestar, nice. GLA, Honda Pilot, Ioniq. Dad, I already know what you drive, you don't need to comment. Subaru Outback, hell yeah. They're on every corner in my town. Maxima, ooh, that's also a spicy car, pretty fast. Nissans. ID3, nice. Oh, always have a BMW demo in the driveway. Do you work for BMW? That's pretty sweet. Clubman 2012, ooh, nice. R55. And so the 2012 has the N18 engine in it too, if it's Cooper S. Mustang Mach-E GT500 convertible, interesting. Is it like an 07? What year is your GT500? Because the new ones you can't get in a convertible. The last gen you could, I guess. Or you could get an 05. I don't even remember. Polestar 2 Performance with the 476 horsepower upgrade. Nice. Yeah, the Chrysler Airflow concept does look pretty cool. Oh, that's awesome. You guys have some cool cars. Yeah, I'm a mini dude at heart. 2008 GT500. Nice. Love it. That Supercharger wine is awesome. Subaru Forester Unicorn. Interesting. Jeep Wrangler JK. Oh, JKs are cool. Is it a Pentastar V6? I guess that's probably the only engine we got in the JK, right? JL, you can get the 2-liter, the 6-cylinder, or the diesel. Can you get the diesel in the JK? I'm not sure. You should definitely restore your mom's 78 Camaro. Absolutely. Model 3 long range. Nice. Oh, it's a wilderness edition. That's cool. Oh, a Gladiator with a manual and a Polestar 2. That's a good two-car combination right there. Your dad has a Dacia Sandero? Good news. That's awesome. Yep, Resto Mod, LS swap, keeping it in the family. That's good. Their trail, just go up to Vermont to go wheeling. Oh, you have a Chinese EV. Cool. Hello from Norwegian roads. Yes, I love your Norwegian roads. I miss it. Current demo is a 745E. That's a sweet demo right there. Hell yeah. I love the new 7 Series. Yeah, CVTs don't seem to last so long, especially in that 2016 vintage. Have I been to Puerto Rico? Yes, I have been to Puerto Rico. QX60, interesting. Is it the new one? Outback CVT, not great. Don't like it. We should have some Subarus coming to review soon, hopefully. Check this out, guys. We've just hit 200 miles traveled. We're at 326 watt-hour per mile. We're gaining elevation, of course, to head back. That's why you have to do a loop-style test. Almost 3 hours into this thing. And let's see, we're at 40% state of charge at 200 miles traveled. What's funny is back when we were doing the Model 3 trip earlier this week, 200 miles, we were pretty much finished up. We're still in Nebraska, 2 states away in this thing. Wild. The pack size of this, 107 or 108 kilowatt hours usable. When's your exact next video coming out? I don't know. We put videos out every day, multiple videos a day. I sound like a Yankees game announcer. How about that? That's funny. And now we got even more people on the bridge here with the flags and the police are out and people are doing something. We got to keep doing our range tests. As long as they don't stop us from doing that, I'm fine. They're all looking the other way. Hey, thanks for watching our channel. Appreciate that. America, hell yeah. Yeah, those are just our viewers that are cheering us on. You're absolutely correct. I was just trying to be humble about it. I'm headed west. Yes, I am heading west. Due west. A couple of gusts of wind up here. We're at a little bit higher elevation. I don't know. I know a lot of Republicans that love electric cars. I don't get this notion of people who vote for Trump that don't like EVs. I don't want to get political. I don't get political, but I know a lot of Republicans that drive electric cars. Yeah, we're getting politics out of here. Good point. We're leaving. Why is the heads-up display not in the camera frame? Because then you would have to be right in front of my eyes. My favorite food? Pizza. But like a good New York style slice. Hey, thanks for joining our Patreon. We'll have some cool things coming for Patreon. I keep saying that. It's on the list. We really want to do a lot there. You know, from my side, I really want to connect most with the people, not necessarily who support us, but have the same interests as us. And I think that'd be pretty cool. Pineapple on pizza? Yeah, I'm not against it, but it's not what I would choose. Where did I get the EQS from? Mercedes sent it to us to make videos for you guys. Am I into video games? Not really. We have a video game channel we just started. It's called Virtual Spec. Timon, who's on our team, is running it. And it'll take years to grow, but we literally just started. It's called Virtual Spec. So if you're into video games, you can follow that. If I'm missing North Carolina barbecue, you better believe it. Still have yet to find amazing barbecue out in Colorado. We found one place that was all right, and the guys were from North Carolina, so it was kind of cool, but it wasn't super legit. Yeah, we're gonna do some better communication on all the work that we're putting out. Before I like shared around everything we're doing, I want to make sure we can handle. I want to handle make sure we can handle the workload of it before we like start telling people to go watch it. If you happen to live in Colorado and want to do stuff with cars or know anyone who does, let me know, because we are definitely hiring, but we just need to find the right people for the right stuff and the right kind of proximity to our office. So Northern Colorado. Thoughts on Rivian price changes? Well, I think they reversed them, but wow, what a communications failure that was. They had everything going for them to keep it right, and then they just pulled the blanket out, and then people freaked out, and then put it back in. Yeah, so my dad and I, we went to all the pizza places. I think Alyssa was with us too, and it was great. In New Haven, Connecticut, sort of bar-style pizza. Hire you, you're in Florida. That doesn't help us. You need to come to Colorado. We're just inching past these trucks. They're at their speed limiter. We're going our speed. Yes, Rivian backtracked on the price increase. Yep. But what a like I said, communications disaster that is. Yep, we'll be testing the new Toyota as soon as we can, as soon as we find a car. Texas correspondent? No, we really need people in Colorado. Colorado's beautiful. It's wonderful out here. Thanks for watching, Steven. Have a good night. Auto lane change only because we're being tailgated. I don't like to be in the right lane when we go by trucks. I'll give them as much room as we can. But only because there's a Subaru trying to pass us. And by trying, I mean they've been wide open throttle for 5 minutes building enough speed. And the base 4-cylinder out back. You could probably just Google BZ4X all-wheel drive range and pricing and find it. Austin driving is pretty ridiculous. That's for sure. Hey, from New York. That's awesome. That's where I grew up, basically. Connecticut, New York. Well, we don't know if BZ4X sucks because we haven't driven it, but the specs are not that great, at least. And the pricing, we don't know, but it doesn't sound like it's going to be cheap, which doesn't justify the specs. Yeah, Colorado is just the jam. Honestly, I love Colorado and Montana, and those are like my two favorite states, and totally agree about the peacefulness. Yeah, Salt Lake City is pretty scary driving. There's just a dude walking down the highway. What the heck is going on here? And wild world. Which EV cars are your favorite to drive? Really love driving like a Model 3 Performance like my car when I'm driving hard. It's very fun, actually. Taycan's great. This EQS is amazing on a road trip. This has got to be the best muncher out there. And welcome back to Wyoming. 37% state of charge, 210 miles traveled. .70 degrees Fahrenheit outside. Gorgeous. Here's some of the specs just so you guys can see. 70F. Absolutely amazing. 37% state of charge. 131 miles remaining. I totally agree. I'm all for no speed limits. But the problem is, I think a lot of Americans just don't, like, how many cars have we seen out here in the middle of nowhere today that could probably safely go faster than they're already going? The answer is not many. So then why even have a speed limit? I don't know. I guess they can't even go that much faster. But I would love to sit at 130 miles an hour all day in this car. Oh, a Rivian Launch Edition. That's a bummer they backed out of that. Yeah, if anyone has a Rivian reservation they don't want, let me know. Would love to get a Launch Edition. Green. Windows or Apple? Very much an Apple user. Yep, 333 estimated miles total. I told you it would go down a bit. Drafting invalidates the test. Yep, totally agree. Will I do an EQS Model S Taycan E-Tron GT comparison like I did for all the crossovers? I did a spoken piece on this on Out of Spec Reviews, and it has some views on it. Yeah, I'd like to get them all. The problem is it's just so hard to track down all the cars, you know? And so, not at least anytime soon, I don't think we'll be able to get all of them together. Can someone look up the top speed of the Bridgestone Blizzak LM005? I'm curious if this can do its 130 top speed. Most winter tires are usually 100 miles. Oh, I've had some Italian pizza in Italy and it was awesome, but very different than our pizza here in the US. Like we got a train coming towards us, coming up here. Yeah, we got stuck in the garage after the ID4 thing. It was funny. We thought we were stuck, and we were like looking around. We were like calling the police, and then we found a guy. He's like, "You just got to pull up more." And I guess one of the guys who brought their car just didn't pull up forwards enough to make it happen. Here comes a train. Hauling coal. It's not good for our environment. Train full of coal. Coal probably powers our electric car. Totally agree. Out here especially. In Colorado we have a pretty good mix, but up here in Nebraska, huge amounts of coal. V-rated 149 miles an hour. Hell yeah. So we can do top speed runs on the airstrip tomorrow then. Yeah, I'm not personally so against coal when it comes to inexpensive electrical generation, but I do think we should be a little bit more mindful of our environment when it comes to these things. Plaid top speed run, yes, my friend's Plaid's in for service, but once we get it back out, yes, we'll be maxing it out. What is the range left as of right now? So we've traveled 217 miles, 69 degrees Fahrenheit, nice and warm. We're at 34%. The car's predicting 122 miles remaining. Software is great in this car, it really is. Replacement tires are a tough one because I don't really know what you do with your car. And I don't know how much you'd really be able to tell, because I don't, like, you got to tell me, like, are you a really keen driver that can tell a difference between, you know, a 2 PSI difference in the tires, or do you just want something nice to drive? I don't know. Matrix headlights are now legal in the US, I believe, Leonard. It's not, the EQS is not autonomous, but it is, you know, it has assisted driving just like everything else. And you can go hands-off only in a section of Germany. I forget what they call it, like Drive Pilot or something like that. But here it just does lane centering. It's a capacitive wheel, so you just touch it, you know, keep your hand on it, it knows, and it's amazing. Been using it this whole time. Over 3 hours, nice. Hey, thanks for watching, Boston Mike. Yeah, the Distronic steering stuff's amazing in this car. Really, really, really good. Yeah, I prefer having the non-hyper screen personally. Wow, so bumpy here. The trucks have just ate away at this tarmac. I believe this car can actually charge the battery from the suspension. It's a small amount. Please ask, I don't know Elon, I've never really spoken to him before. Let me just call up Elon right now, ask him to change the charging curve. That would be cool, but not the case. No one's behind us. Let's try the left lane. It might be smoother. Much better. Do I think Model S is... Model S still has some really key competitive advantages, especially the Plaid just being insanely fast. But this, by far, is super comfortable. Yeah, suspension charging. Look it up. Mercedes can charge their batteries from the suspension. They take the passive energy from the car hitting bumps. It's a very small amount, and it charges the 12-volt battery. I swear it does this. Yeah, the suspension charging thing. I know the regular S-Class has it. I'm pretty sure the EQS has it too. It's really not like noticeable, but it definitely adds to the, so like if you need a little bit more range, just hit more bumps. It really doesn't add that much. Yeah, so it goes into the 48 volt system. Yep. I don't know if the EQS has a 48 volt system. Might just be for the combustion mild hybrid cars. But they definitely have this technology. How expensive are these shocks to replace? Well, no one's had to do it out of warranty yet, so no one knows. Probably not bad, actually. Using my hard-earned money, this or Model S, for me right now, I don't know. That's a hard one between the two. My gut, just because I think it's a much better looking car. Oh, sorry about cutting out there. Yes. I guess one reason that I was explaining a little bit was a lot of journalists are against Tesla and not, but I am critical of the company when I think they deserve to be. And it's always nice to be like, I'm an owner, I want the cars to be better, and it kind of has helped, honestly, owning Teslas do my job better, because people don't think I'm like either a Tesla fanboy or against Tesla. But I would go Model S Plaid, mostly because drag racing videos, now that we have the Airstrip, which you guys will see next week. And so yeah, I'd probably go a Plaid over this. But my heart, if I didn't have a YouTube channel, I would buy the EQS over the Plaid, personally, for me. If I was spending, but I could never justify buying a car that expensive at this point and not using it for the company, or not trying to maximize it for, out of spec. If that makes sense. Oh, sorry, you want a little range update situation here? We are at 31% state of charge. We have 110 miles predicted remaining. And that's on the guessometer. 67 degrees. Perfect for range testing. Done 30% remaining in the tank in an electric car. Yeah, Section 179 Model X does make a lot of sense. You can actually Section 179 in ID4 as well, I believe. I believe it's 6,013 pounds GVWR, depending on spec. Yeah, I'd love to have, so I have a Winnebago Revel. I wish it was electric, but then at the same time I don't, because then I feel like I wouldn't have been able to go half the places I've been with it. I think a plug-in hybrid actually does work for those scenarios. US and Canada truck over there. As the founder and CEO of a major company, which I would never refer to myself that way, but would I want to be driven around in an EQS? No, I would want to be driven around in a combustion S-Class or a GLS Maybach. The problem with the EQS is the back's just not no, like that. To me, that'd be like sustainable, good image, CEO look, I would say. But it would have to be on monoblocks. It would have to be on the big 23-inch monoblocks. How many miles driven after a full charge? Well, we still are testing that, so we don't know yet. Oh, I'm sorry. How many miles have we driven so far? 229 miles. I miscalculated your question here. I mean, I enjoy it for the testing, but when we like go to the airport runs and stuff, it actually is really nice. I get to just sit around and work. I use AT&T, and it's not great. Maybe I should get another phone that's Verizon. Rick Ross spoiled my box. Nice smooth pavement. Fine for me. The car is totally fine. It's just, it's exactly where we were before. More amps equal more heat. The equation is I squared R. Yep. Do I make money off of YouTube? Yeah, this is our business. This is how we live. Not just me, too. We have a nice group of people that work for us. All because of you guys watching our stuff. I appreciate it. Electric Cayman? Maybe. I want my sports cars to have a manual transmission and a combustion engine. As much as I love EVs, I don't think an EV to me seems like an exciting proposition for an enthusiast car. EQS braking is still garbage. Pedal feels really bad. Yeah, if I was getting an EV sports car, I would. There isn't one on the market right now. You know, that's like a 2-seater type situation. Oh, you have an OG Roadster? That's awesome. I've reviewed an OG Roadster once and really loved it. Best thing about EQS, ride quality. Worst thing, styling or brake pedal. Rimac Navara, yes. That to me is almost too much car though. Is the Model 3 the sportiest EV? One of them. And the nice thing with Model 3 is there's a big aftermarket support for it, so you can put on, you know, KW coilovers and a big brake kit and some other stuff. Mountain Pass has a ton of great parts for it. So now we're at significantly higher elevation than where we'll be ending up. So we've done the climb. You can't choose between Model 3 and Model Y. Well, if you're not going drifting around a track, just get a Model Y. You're not giving up anything getting a Model Y at all. You're just getting easier to get in and out of, and more trunk space, and both cars have plenty of range for most people. So I would just go for a Model Y. Unless you're taking it to the track, then get a Model 3, but that's like a less than 1% use case. Even for people who do go to the track, you don't really get a track car, you know? Buy a Model Y and like an S2000 or a 911. Yeah, if you're not a track person, 100% get a Model Y. If you can handle the upcharge, you'll get it back on resale. It's just the way to go, in my opinion. Yeah, I know about that Mission R. I don't think I've seen the Top Gear one, but a friend of mine drove it. Said it was amazing. Yeah. Is the R1S still on my radar? Yeah, I don't think we'll really need one. I would actually think I would want an R1T. After driving around the Maverick last week, having a truck is really nice. Oh, here's your convoy on the left. Take a look at this. Freedom Convoy. That's this. And here's everyone in the Freedom Convoy. Well, it's a good thing we left for our range test when we did, because we wouldn't be able to get through that traffic. They're all beeping their horns. I don't know if you guys can hear that. They're all honking. They ran through Arizona. Is this like a Smokey and the Bandit? What is this thing? I don't even know. It's definitely, everyone seems to not like President Biden, that's for sure. But let's not get political. We're not going down that path right now. And that was it. That was a pretty small little convoy. Yeah, that was it. Huh. Okay, well, it doesn't seem bad. It looks like there's some more over here. Tow truckers. Nice. I'm just glad we're done with masks in Colorado now. But we're not getting political. We're not talking about this stuff. We're talking EQS. Someone set their timer for 4 minutes from now. That's when we'll be at 25% state of charge. Taycan, Lucid, or Plaid, which one would I personally buy? A Taycan. Yeah, my 1970s movies made me expect more than that as well. It was like 30 trucks. That was nothing. Would I ever get a Cybertruck? I wouldn't say I would never get one, but if it looks anything like it does now, it looks kind of silly if you ask me. I'm not into it. Not that styling is why I would or would not buy an EV, but I just feel like you would get so made fun of driving that thing around. Deciding to buy a Corvette but like the Plaid. Well, just depends. The Corvette, what type of Corvette? That matters. Because if you're going to say like a C5 Grand Sport or a Plaid, I'd be like, what? Leonard, what type of things will be managed in Colorado? What do you mean? New normal will be weird design, maybe. Having fun? Hey, Timon. Everyone say, hey, Timon. What's your next Tesla going to be? I don't know. EQS, Lucid, or Plaid? It just depends. And for me personally, it'd probably be an EQS. For what I would actually buy, because I make YouTube videos, probably a Plaid. Have you done MPG on both Mavericks? No, just the hybrid. I don't know why the phone's picking up the sound so much. This car's dead quiet in here. ...2022 Corvette Stingray. Well, then I would just get a Plaid. If you're going to say like a Z06 or something spicy, then that would be the way to go. I was pretty underwhelmed with the Stingray when we drove it. Yeah, I heard lots of wind noise. I know it's just yeah, it could be just the vents that are coming up on the phone. I had it pointed up to try and cool the phone down. But yeah, it's dead quiet in here. You just have to take my word for it. I'll give you instrumented measures in a future video when we do our sound testing. Any word on ID4 software update? Yeah, a lot of words. Hopefully I'll be able to share more with you soon. Yeah, I'd love to drive a Tesla Semi when it comes out. We're at 26%. Don't let me forget the 25% number. Yeah, a lot of people are excited for the Cybertruck. That's good. I can't wait to test it. My guess is it's going to be amazing from a technical capability standpoint. Do I have a CDL? No. So I would have to drive it on a closed facility, or I would have to drive someone who's put an RV conversion stamp on it, because then you don't need a CDL to drive an RV. EQE is coming very soon to the US, sometime this year. But it's not going to be that much more affordable. I don't think, at least. I don't know pricing. %, state of charge. Time for an update. Give me a second, folks. We are now at 25% state of charge. We have driven 242 miles. We've been at this 3.5 hours. We had to gain a little bit of elevation up here coming into Cheyenne, but we're going to lose it going back to Colorado. So that's to be expected. Temperatures are looking good. And yeah, well, let's finish this thing off. I'm really looking forward to seeing what the final number will be. I'd say well over 300 miles is what it's looking at right now. Cool. Am I going 70? Yes. Do I think Chinese EVs will take American market? I don't know what you mean. Like, they'll be here, yeah, and they're going to be awesome, I think. How does insurance work for car journalists? Well, we have our own insurance, and the cars are also insured, and then we have a company policy, and so we got a lot of insurance, all the insurance. Lucid is not that sporty looking at it, I agree. Tesla's already selling every EV it can make. When you want them to make the most amount of money possible at that, once they can handle more capacity, then the prices will come down. But if you can sell a bunch of expensive cars, why not do it? The EPA on this car is 350 miles. We are at our peak elevation for the drive right now. Yeah, we're mostly between 60 and 70 degrees Fahrenheit for the test, although we did have a spurt of going less. Yeah, I just gave a stats update. 245 miles driven so far, 25% remaining. Range and affordability, but so that's what matters. Like, what criteria makes it best? So you're saying what has the most range for the price? I don't know. There's got to be a spreadsheet on that somewhere. I mean, Lucid Air probably has a lot of range when you factor in the price, so that might actually be the one. You know, if you're looking at range per dollar spent. Yeah, we've mentioned a lot of the specs on this car already, and Google, maybe it would be best if you just Google a lot of these things. Yes, altitude does affect range. There's less air density at altitude, so technically it's a little bit cheating. Not much though, but yeah, definitely does impact. But I think because we have the winter tires and the big wheels, it kind of levels out a little bit. Do I think that Cybertruck will have a frunk? I don't know. Any plans on testing EVs in China? Yes, absolutely. Would love to go later this year, maybe September, October. It just depends on what goes on with the world. We're kind of in this fragile state right now. do I think about the EQS driver assistance? I think it's awesome. Really good. Does lane changes. It's doing one right now all by itself. Yeah, I don't know when we'll start to see adaptive driving beam or matrix function, whatever you want to call it, come to market. Apple CarPlay, it's more to approve your software. And so, yeah, I know the guy that manages Apple CarPlay for BMW, and it's always a challenge for him because he's like, software developers get a software update done, and then they got to go to him and you know, get the update going. Hopefully the live stream's back and you can hear me okay. Is it still down? Ah, good, great. Getting into some Cheyenne traffic. Time to switch to Verizon, yes. I don't know why. We have full bars. Why it's not working so hot. AT&T does not like Wyoming. Yeah, I agree. Live stream is intermittent. Yep, I know. I'm sorry. Nothing I can do about it. I have not tried the BMW digital key yet. Nope, but I want to. We're going to take our exit to I-25. So I'm going to pull us off driver assistance right here. And we have regen pretty much not going, and I'll just gently use regen. Coming into this corner. Do I have a dog? Yes. Does it phantom brake? Nope. Haven't had it happen once. But most cars do phantom brake. I'm very impressed with the efficiency here for such a big car. At our height in the trip, we're at 330 watt-hour per mile. It's all downhill, literally, back to the charger. But we have to loop around more, too. Like, we won't be able to just go straight back. We've got to go back and then come back up here, maybe, and then back down. Something like that will work. We have a whole bunch of videos with the dogs. You can check them out here on this channel. Wow, this is the most amount of traffic I've ever seen. People must be getting off work 3:30, 4 o'clock, something like that. Come on, Ford, hit the throttle. It's going to be the first time we got to come off 70 miles an hour slowly. But nope, they're just maintaining, and they're trying to move over. Thank you for doing that. Yeah, this is still light traffic for sure, but we're in Wyoming, keep in mind. The Mercedes app, why is it beeping at me? No one's around. When are we going on our next camping trip? Oh, I don't know. The new Chinese Mini Cooper thing looks pretty freaking ugly, I have to say. Would you buy the AMI if it would come to the US? Absolutely, 100%. I'm currently trying to buy a Twizy, but I can't find one because they're technically not legal to import. Although there were a couple that were legally imported to the US, but I can't find them. I'm holding up traffic here, so what I'm gonna do is just duck in behind this trailer for a half a second and then let them go by, and then we'll get back up. Hopefully we don't have to come off 70 more than a couple seconds. There we go. Just to keep people happy. That didn't really impact us that much. How much money is this car? It's $122,000 as spec. How do I feel about Vision Autopilot? Oh, I've been getting that so many times today. I don't know. I think it's pretty dumb. Why not have redundancy? But again, people are smarter than me designing this stuff. But it doesn't seem to work that well, so I don't know. Magna's torque vectoring with rear motor is with clutches and individual motor calibration. Well, it's the same sun you're looking at. No bigger here. Look at that view with the mountains off in the distance coming into Colorado. What is the best EV for under $50,000? Probably an ID4 or a Model 3. Oh, you're at the beach in Florida. That's awesome. How is the road noise in this car? I think it sounds a lot louder for you because for me, it's dead quiet. It's unbelievably quiet. I should join the autopilot team? No thanks. I honestly don't want to do anything with that. Just give me good lane centering and adaptive cruise. That's all I care about. I can make videos about it failing or working well. I'll just show what happens. I don't know. Is it a big deal for you if an EV is missing a frunk? No, I don't really care. I don't really bring that much stuff with me to require a frunk. Tom doesn't own a restaurant anymore, but I think it was called Nona's. Oh, years ago, before out of spec, I used to work for Tesla, but nothing fancy, just on the sales side. Yeah, you put all your charging adapters in the front. I do the same, but like you could just put it somewhere else. Like it's not a huge deal. What's the Mercedes compared to the price range Tesla Plaid? Well, this is the base EQS, so it should be compared to the dual motor Model S, not a Plaid. Totally different goals. The Plaid is like a muscle car that's crazy fast. That's what it's designed to do. Why did I buy a Tesla Model 3? It's a great car. I've owned a couple of them. Did I open the trunk on the EQS? Yeah. Many times I've opened the trunk, but not the front trunk. Coming into Colorado. 20% state of charge. We've driven 262 miles. We got a guy holding the flag, but I can't really move over because there's someone coming up. He's just blocking the road. Colorful Colorado. That's right. Colorado is beautiful. Oh, who's been editing most of the videos? Alyssa is our main editor. Just the bare car for testing. No load in it. Everything's empty. I got a half a bag of Doritos, though. And some Smart Waters. So do I go south of the starting point if I have extra range? So I could, but it's probably going to be more traffic down that way. So what I'll probably do is flip around at the starting point and come back up this way and then go back down. That way there's just less traffic, because you can see it's pretty empty out here, but the traffic starts right at pretty much where the charger is, because that's when we hit Fort Collins. Do I prefer frameless or framed windows? It doesn't really matter to me. No preference. And this car has frameless windows and it's super quiet. Test ruined. Doritos, totally agree. Ruined. How far am I expecting? Oh, well over 300 miles. Probably 320, 330, 340, something like that. If this thing could do 350, that'd be amazing, but I don't think it'll go that far. Do I take into account wind? Yeah, of course, always, but today is almost no wind. I use cars to review for a week or two, and I try and find the best possible day for the range test. Sometimes it's just not possible. We do have crazy weather. I don't think anyone's tested a dual motor long range Model S. I wanted to do it at the same time as this car, but I couldn't find one. I didn't know anyone with one here in Colorado. I started the Wellington exit. Yep, that's where I started. Yeah, I think it's a safe purchase to buy a Model S. Yeah, just having a couple Doritos. Just you know, spacing out the snacks. Feeling good though. Got 19% left, another under an hour. We're at 63 miles left. We're doing 70 miles an hour, so we should be wrapped up within less than an hour. Really not bad. For me personally, I don't think the F-150 Lightning's for me, but I would go R1T. I do like an F-150 though. I'm an F-150 fan. Speaking of, here comes one. Do I put run flat tires on my car? No, never. They're terrible. All right, come on, dude. Pass us so we don't have to be behind this truck. Here we go. Thank you. Yes, I'll be range testing the R1T. I asked Rivian, they politely declined and are just giving us Yeah, you can find cars at sticker. Totally agree. Just gotta search around. Be willing to travel for it. I've range tested Nissan Leafs before. No, I'm gonna get closer down there before we loop. Yeah, you gotta call around. If they try and bait you, switch you, walk away. There's that same, oh no, it's not, never mind. That was the same car we saw earlier. Yeah, if you buy a really interesting car, I will drive it to you, but there's only like 2 cars I would do that with. It'd be like a Lucid or a Rivian, something like that. But it would have to be like the first and only way I could get in the car. I will not range test a Nissan Versa, you're correct. But I might MPG test it. Just because I don't like it doesn't mean I can't not do my job. I don't think all dealers are bad. There's just a lot of bad ones out there that give everyone a bad name. We are at 18% state of charge, 1.8. Not sure what we're planning on doing with the Golf R yet. Haven't really thought about it. I kind of just really wanted it, and I got one at sticker, so I was like, you know what, well, we'll figure it out, but I got to do it. You know, just a gut feeling thing. I don't think I'll get hurt on it if I need to sell it after 6 months or a year. I don't know. I may not love it. We'll see. I drove it for like 10 minutes and fell in love with it, though. Yep, one charge, still going. This EQS is wonderful. So much range. Yep, totally agree. The Golf R is totally me because no one will know it's anything special. It's just like a basic hatchback to most people. That's what I love, flying under the radar. And then, like, to me, it's cool, and like enthusiasts will know, and it's gonna like drift around and has all the tech I need. And yeah, it's gonna be relatively efficient. Although I probably won't drive it that much. I don't even know. I really don't know what I'm gonna do with it yet. But either way, I'm not gonna get hurt on it. And some guys at Volkswagen did me a favor to try and get me one. So gonna take it, make a whole bunch of videos with it, do a couple track days probably, and then move it on. How close am I to 300 miles? I'll show you. We have currently gone 275 miles. We've been at this for 4 hours, 17% state of charge remaining, 59 miles left in the projected tank. And you can tell that that number is decreasing at a slower rate than we've been driving recently because we've been going downhill, getting a little bit better efficiency than we were having earlier. I don't read the comments, so I don't really know what haters you're talking about. But I think a lot of people, Alyssa was telling me when I was joking with her, thought I was actually being mean to her. Favorite all-season tire for a Tesla Y long range? Wow, that's a very specific question. I don't know. I don't really test every tire on the market, so I would go to Tire Rack. Those guys are way better at testing tires than I am. Yeah, this thing just won't die. It just keeps going. It's insane. Definitely the longest range EV I personally ever tested. Just insane. And again, we're on snow tires on the big wheels. This is like worst case scenario. You know what's crazy is this car calls for 48 PSI in the rear, 41 in the front. Any car could have a tow hitch if you're good with a welder. Yeah, I mean, I glance at the comments, but I mean, we produce so many videos, I don't really go back and look. I just keep moving on. Blue or Ellie are not rescues, but we do a lot with rescues. We did not get Blue and Ellie. I got Ellie just because I wanted a dog and I didn't know anything about dogs. And Alyssa told me, yep, got a rescue. I don't know. We could do a video on that one day, maybe. This car can't go 450 plus miles. It's just what it's called. Yeah, it's just heavy, so yeah, of course, need the pressure in there. Does it have active cooling on the batteries? Of course it does. Even my electric smart car has cooling. I'm going to drag race this in my smart car, see which is faster. I bet my smart car beats it off the line. Yeah, I'd like to see a competition with EVs and charging, but like, you know, it takes a lot of people who are knowledgeable about how to use charging infrastructure in electric cars. That's really hard to find out here in Colorado. And there's really only 2 or 3 of us. And then we got to get the cars. And then not only do we have to get the cars, we got to get the cars and then have the How are the thermals in the Smart? You literally can't overheat that car. I've tried. My back and legs are very comfortable. Great seats in this car. To be expected. Yeah, I was searching for an SUV, but I don't know. Maybe we still aren't. Not really sure. I don't really know what we need. We really don't need cars for ourselves personally, and we're kind of trying to figure out what makes sense for making cars and YouTube videos, and I don't know. My mind changes all the time. I agree, EA is way better now than it was a while ago, but it's still not perfect, but it is pretty good. But I basically don't worry showing up to chargers anymore. I just know I can figure out a way to get it to work. My dad should be in the chat. You could ask him. He may have left, but he was in here earlier. program, Model X Plaid Section 179, but there's tons of other EVs you can Section 179. So here we are back at the starting point. Let's do a loop here. Because I can already tell it's getting trafficy ahead. Kicking it off 70. We are back at the starting point with 16% state of charge. We're going to do another loop, head up, turn around, and try and get here with as low state of charge as possible. Yep, we are in Wellington. Instead of turning right, so we started literally right over here. So our round trip efficiency is 323 watt-hour per mile. So that should be pretty much the efficiency, you know, plus or minus what we'll see on this whole test, because now our elevation is set the whole way, which is pretty amazing at 70 miles an hour. This car has auto hold if I hit the brake really hard. Come on, traffic lights. We don't want to sit here all day. Oh, there is no alternative to Starbucks for me, unfortunately. All right, here we go. It's got a 6-pole rear motor, so it's, instead of having a 3-phase motor, it's really a 6-phase motor, which means it's dead silent because you get no motor cogging, or very little, I should say, and it's really incredibly smooth. No one-pedal driving. It does have one-pedal driving, actually. Yeah, the brake pedal is just the weirdest thing on the planet. Oh, is EV Dave in Wyoming now? We usually see him when he comes up this way. He may come by. I'll get to call him. There we go, green light. We'll merge up to 70 at the end of the on-ramp. This is not really the best loop around exit. I like the ones without traffic lights. Maybe we have to keep it to one north of here going forwards. I think it's just the placement of the phone is why the turn signal is so loud. And locking it in here at 70. Done. Boom. And back we go. Polestar 2 has a very noticeably loud turn signal indicator. You're absolutely correct. So now we have 15% to burn off. We got to go north until we're at about 6%, I would say. Maybe 6-7%, then we'll come home. We'll turn around, something like that. The problem is the exits are really far spaced out on this route, so this is when it gets pretty exciting because we got to make sure we don't miss an exit. If we miss an exit, we are 100% screwed. So I'm going to set the charger where we need to go, putting the destination there. I'm not selecting the charger because I don't want it to precondition for fast charging. You know, I don't want it to burn the juice. I agree. New Model S's and 3s have this weird turn signal thing that makes them louder occasionally. Like on every third or fifth click, it's annoying. I don't understand it. I do not have massaging seats on for the range test, but I do have air suspension. That is lovely. Yep, we're going to go off-road in the ravine. Absolutely. Got to test it. What is the tire size? Well, they're 21-inch wheels. I don't know the full tire size, though. Yeah, I would really like to figure out a way where we can go all the way to 0 at 70%, but I think planning to run out on a highway isn't really that safe. So what I used to do was just run around the track in North Carolina when we do the test there. That was awesome. That worked great. But I have all the driver assistance on. It's doing everything. Off-road range test for Rivian. Talk about a big no. That's going to take forever. And also, it wouldn't be standardized. It wouldn't be consistent. The only reason to do this particular range test is so we can compare this car to other cars in the same test. It's not like the EQS goes this far, which it does at 70, but we can look at what it does to other cars in the same test. We got to move over here. What's going on? This guy's like braking for some reason. Don't understand. Have a generator put on the Revel. Yeah, that'd be sweet. I mean, I can already plug it into the Revel. I think the Rivian, you know, regardless of the reservation situation, the prices have gone up if you don't have a reservation. And yeah, I think they're worth every penny that they're asking, honestly, still. I really do. I thought they were priced incredibly well before, and now I think it's right on the money. It's kind of what it should have been. Well, the problem is my dad's Ioniq 5 is thousands of miles away. So that would, hopefully we're reconnected. Someone had asked what, you know, if I hop back on at 15% and turn around at 6, would you be too low? Well, keep in mind we're gaining elevation right now, and we're going to lose some on the way back. First time the car said take a break. Attention assist. How about no? We can't. Can you do a highway efficiency test tailgating an 18-wheeler using radar cruise? That's such a specific thing. So what I think might make sense there is to then log the efficiency following a standardized trailer at going at a set speed at the different programmed in levels. But you're like, this car has so much range, you don't need to hypermile it. It just doesn't need it. Yeah, it just told me to take a break from driving, but it determines when I take a break. We've been driving for what feels like, 4 hours, 14 minutes we've been going on this thing. Yeah, I pay for premium connectivity in my Tesla, but I don't really drive the Tesla that much. A couple times a month I'm usually in it. More recently, because we're doing all this testing. Yeah, the car thinks I've had enough, absolutely. No one's tested a production Lightning yet at charging, so we have no idea. Don't let it sway you yet. We just have no clue how the curve will be. It's all about the curve. enough Doritos. Hey, I've had pretty, I don't know, still got half the bag left, I'd say. So let's see. Right now, if I flip around, we'd get to our charger at 9% if I take the next exit. And then after that is a huge stretch. We're talking big distances after that. I'm not sure if there's really a turnaround. There is at Terry Ranch Road. So it's like a 10-mile extra situation. Let me add this to the stop really quick. Add. We cannot find a route that lets you make it. Huh. Interesting. It says we would be 40 miles and we have 42 miles of range. Huh. Terry Ranch Road. Let's delete that. So we have basically 9% extra we need to burn off. And what I'm trying to determine is if going to the next exit will be enough. The problem is, like I mentioned, the exits are so far spaced out here. So let's see if I can be a little bit more scientific here. It might get a little bit spicy. The thing to keep in mind is we're going to lose elevation on the way back. The car wants me to go 60 miles an hour to reach our destination. I think that's a hell no, sir. It keeps trying to knock me off cruise control. Okay, so let me show you what I've done here. Is I've programmed in one stop there, and that's where I want to turn around basically. And so this one says 36 miles. We have 40 miles of range. I say we do it. I think we're good for it. And if we're not, hopefully someone's watching and can rescue us. That'll be a true 70-mile-an-hour test. But this is definitely, you know, normally I do these at night and I can go south where there's a lot more exits and more frequency. But out here, not so much. Yeah, so I think we do it as well. Totally agree. It's only 35 miles to do the loop up there and back, and we'll burn the rest off down this way. The car's projecting 40 miles. We just lost a lot of elevation, but we've also gained some recently, so I think we just do it. Is the performance reduced much? Well, I don't know. I'm not flooring it. There actually is a menu in here that'll tell us this. So I can go over here to service, and then you can see percent of max power. It says it can still do a full one. Yeah, I'll do a video cut for the main video when we get up to our exit. We are almost at 300 miles driven so far. 296 is what we've been doing. This is the last loop. So it's not this exit, but the next exit we'll take. And that's when it's going to get pretty spicy. Thoughts on a max regen test? Yeah, we could do that, but again, there's so many different tests and things you can do. You just, for me, we also have to balance the time that we have and also the mileage on the cars that we're driving as well. We can't just like pile a million miles on everything. Totally agree. Model 3 over train tracks is not a fun sight to be in. Well, we're committed now. There's no turning back. driven 298 miles so far. Are we going under 0%? Yeah, of course we're going to go under, but I don't think we need to like drive forever under. I mean, from my standpoint, oh, Focus RS coming our way. From my standpoint is, you know, unless we're close to like a mileage barrier where it's about to cross 400 miles, I say we just run it till it's pretty much dead and then plug it in. You know, so I have a pretty good feeling of when batteries are about to die, but everyone does their battery strategy differently. And yeah, not totally sure how Mercedes does it. I've never run a Mercedes totally out of charge, other than my smart car. So we have 31 miles remaining, 35 projected. I think we're totally fine. No worries about making it back to the charger. Yes, we're going to create a trailer towing test for SUVs and electric trucks, absolutely. We've just done 300 miles. We are on our final loop. We have just crossed 300 miles driven. What an amazing achievement. That's the longest I've ever been in an EV on one charge. I tried to log this truck with OBD2, but I couldn't get connected to it. I tried a whole bunch of adapters, whole bunch of apps, and I couldn't get it to work. Same in my smart car. It's like Mercedes locks it down. Yeah, we got passed by a school bus. You know, we're going slow when school buses pass us. But again, this is a very regional specific thing. When we developed this test, we still lived on the East Coast when most people drove 65 or 70, so it seemed reasonable. Out here in the Midwest, people tend to drive 85-ish. What do I do for fun when I'm not testing cars? Testing cars. Yeah, Brandon knows I'm really useless at anything except cars. And even then, I'm mostly useless. EQS comes with 3 years of free Electrify America 30-minute sessions, unlimited. We're about to cross back into Wyoming. Amazing. Nope, there's just me in the car and a bag of Doritos. Reserve level, charge high voltage battery. It just yelled at me. So where's my phone? I gotta film this. And we now have our first warning. It says reserve level. I'm wondering what the reserve level is. 8% is when it warns us. Interesting. It's probably on 30 miles, and that could be user selectable as well, perhaps. But anyway, that's plenty. That's like more than a half charge on my smart car. So we're gonna keep it going. We're gonna take the next exit, loop around, and head back to Wellington. charge high voltage battery with 30 miles. Are you kidding me? That's nothing. I hope it turtle modes me. We're not going until it does. Or we're not stopping until it does, I should say. School bus is getting about 4 mpg, would be my guess. 4 to 6. Lovely first-gen Land Rover LR3. Well, it's really a third-gen Discovery, but that is still a great-looking car, I think. That was so futuristic when it came out. Listening to Vivaldi's Four Seasons. Only Winter. That's my favorite of the Four Seasons of his song, his piece. Am I a gamer, Kyle? Nope. But we have a gaming channel called Virtual Spec. Here we go, Terry Ranch Road. If we miss this exit, we would not be able to make it back. So let's hope we can make it back on the highway. I didn't even look. Holy crap, that's actually a good point. How do we get back on the highway? What? Hold on. There is no back on here. I swear. Oh, there is. Oh, thank goodness there is. Okay. That was like a oh shit moment. Yeah, I think we can get back on the highway. Okay, let's try this. Yes, Fort Collins, that way. That's where we need to go. Wonderful. I didn't see an on-ramp, so whatever, I guess it was hidden from view. Here we go. Gentle accelerations. 25 miles of range projected, 24 miles to get to the charger. Perfect. It's okay, we would have driven in reverse. We can make back the range, drive backwards. Resume back to 70 miles an hour. There we go. Don't hammer it. We can't have that much heat loss. We're bleeding the edges right now. But we're gonna lose almost 1,000 feet of elevation, so we'll be not that much, but a few hundred feet of elevation. So yeah, this is a media car, yes. That wasn't range anxiety. There's always an alternative. Officially over 300 miles on a charge. How about that? That's pretty good, considering the big wheels. Do you have to keep your hands on the wheel? Yes. And it does eye tracking, but it does require you to touch the wheel. How much does the car estimate left? Yeah, 25 miles. I haven't felt range anxiety since 2006. Because, like, what's the big deal if you run out? You just call AAA, you get an extra 100 miles of range. Yeah, Volkswagen does care about software updates for ID4. I've been talking to them, and we're trying to figure out a way to, so I can see it and share more updates with you guys over time, but nothing's set in stone, and who knows what'll happen when, so I won't really say anything. Thank you guys for tuning into the live stream. I appreciate it. It makes my range test go by smoother. We're about to enter back into Colorado. And we're back in the state. So we've driven 309 miles so far. We have 7% state of charge left. What does everyone think we're going to come in with? I've never really seen this before. 7% and 25 miles projected. It's still just pegged at 25. Just amazing. We've driven 309. What do you end with? Can I sing? No, not at all. 330 miles? Okay. I think it'll do more than that. Everyone wants to see me run out of juice? All right, one day. I don't know, I hope not. I know, this has been my workday driving. I'm gonna have to follow trucking rules and take a break once in a while. Oh, the Honda Pilot was ripping. They are on a mission. I'm probably going to cut out here. Live stream comes in and out. Yeah, my guess is 338 is what my gut tells me, but I don't know. I'd like to see it do more than 340 miles of range because that just sounds cool. It definitely won't do 350. I don't know what the max driver aid speed is, but I can certainly try it out after the range test. We can't jeopardize these results. Temperature is currently 63 degrees Fahrenheit. It's been between mostly 60 and 70 most of the day. Perfect weather for range testing. Perfect weather. $348. You think it'll go that far? I'm not feeling it. At 7% remaining. We've done 312 miles. End the range test when the car dies. Well, you've caught on by now. Good job. That's how we do it. You got to go when the car stops moving. If there's a buffer, we're going to use it. Yeah, I think this car would do 350 miles with aero wheels and tires. Totally believe that. This is, I would say, if you get the right wheel and tire combo, this is a 350 mile usable real world range EV. Again, gut feeling. Car still thinks we have 24 miles of range left. We've driven like 8 miles already. We're at 6% state of charge. I think we have to do one more loop. Is this the top range EQS? No, this is the entry level EQS, but with the big battery. In the US, we only get the big battery. Do I prefer torque converter, DCT, or CVTs? Some of the new torque converter stuff's really, honestly great, and you don't really get the annoying dual clutch chatter down low. So definitely into the torque converter stuff. Probably, but honestly, I would much prefer a manual transmission than an automatic in most cars. Combustion wise, not electric. We got a Hell Yeah America coming up behind us. Pretty sweet. Living the dream. This one's on 21s, but snow tires. All right, so we have 22 miles left. So we're at 315. Let's log the distance between this and the next exit. I might want to do one more loop. So 315 miles. If it's 3 miles or less to the next exit, then I'm going to do a loop. Is that true? Am I going to do a loop? Yes. I think I would. Meaty tires versus big wheels. Just depends on the car. I do like big wheels, generally. Yeah, if I were to spec an EQS, I'd go for the biggest wheels available. Absolutely. Make CVTs illegal, right there with you. Although the Ford Maverick CVT was pretty good. Do all-season tires have longer range than summer tires? I don't really think you can generalize like that. Each tire has its own rolling resistance and aero and deformation properties because, yeah, I mean, we've done a lot of videos on tires for EVs, and you'll learn about the criteria that really matters. Yeah, eCVTs are fine. I agree. So that turnaround point's not going to work. Okay, so we'll see if we can find an exit with about 3 miles of distance, exit to exit. We need to burn like another 6 miles or so. Hopefully I'm back now. Let me know if I'm back. Sorry about that. This is a dead zone. God damn it. Not back, not back. I'm not sure which is which. Anyway, cruising. AT&T, you can all send them a letter of annoyance. Where am I going to charge? At ChargePoint station, where we started. All right, so here's another exit. Let's see if the next one's roughly 3 miles. That's what we need. So, boom, 320 miles driven. This thing's predicting 19 miles remaining at 320 miles driven. So it could do almost 330 if we just end it. But we got to see what it'll actually do. You think it'll do 350 miles? I don't think it will. I mean, I just genuinely don't know how that would be possible. We have 5% state of charge, but almost 20 miles left. We've done 321 miles so far. So right now it's predicting 340 miles, which is insane. But again, we're losing elevation, we're gaining a little bit. So, you know, that's the point of doing the loop. Let's see if I can get you straight. Yeah, I don't know if it would be possible to overlay some of the stats. That would be cool if someone could figure that out. You should do that. Where am I at now in miles? I just showed you. I'll show you the heads-up display later on, but not now. Not during the live stream. It'll be in a video. Why did I move from North Carolina to Colorado? Are you looking at the mountains on the right-hand side of the screen? Any power loss? No, not that I can tell. Again, we're only using about 3% of the power to move this thing on the highway, so it's feeling good. And the car is actually still saying it can make 100% of max power even at 5%. I don't know how accurate that gauge is, but that's at least what it's indicating to me. Nothing's grayed out. I've never run an EQS out before, so that'll be interesting. Yep. I think this next exit is unfortunately, too far away. We may have to loop around and do another Wellington loop, which would kind of suck, to be honest, because of that traffic light. But it may be our best and only option, because we've already driven 3 miles since we saw that exit, and and we're not even halfway to the next, so we wouldn't make it if we did that loop. Yeah, but again, 80 miles an hour isn't much faster than what we're going now. Sprinter coming for the pass. Love it. Yes, the EQS can warm the battery prior to DC fast charging, which is why I've not selected the charger in the UI. I've selected the gas station next to the charger so that it doesn't try and heat up the battery pack, because I don't want to burn any extra juice. We are now at 4% state of charge. Only took all day to get here, and it's still predicting 17 miles of range. We've driven 324 miles. But again, if we do another loop, it means we have to gain some elevation and then lose some, unless we go past on the other side, but then there's a huge gap. So I'm not sure. Not sure what the best way to run this thing out is. We may not be able to go all the way to 0. We'll see. I mean, we're going to go all the way to 0. I'm just saying we may not be able to go all the way to 0 on the highway. But for sure, we'll take it on back roads until it dies. Got a piggyback trailer. Love these things. You can go up to 3 long on I-80 in certain sections. But it's nothing that the Australians have road train like. All right, so here's a loop possibility. Owl Canyon 281. All right, so we need to look at the distances from this to Wellington. So we're at 326 miles driven. Yeah, traffic's starting to pick up as we get closer to town. How is the regen on the EQS? I'll have a whole video going through its testing procedures. First of its kind to answer all of your intricate EV questions. I don't know what we're going to call it yet, but like the what if. Were you drafting? No, I don't draft on these tests. I try and leave as much space as possible, just so it's repeatable. Rip it, the Tundra. Do I have heated seats? I mean, yeah, the car has it, but I'm not using it in video. But I really don't use ancillary equipment. I keep climate control in its Eco Most setting. That still allows temperature control. So we're in Eco Control, but not Eco Plus. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty standardized. All the cars kind of get run in the same settings using the same equipment. Have I had my Starbucks? Yes, already finished. And we are at 329 miles driven, still at 4% state of charge. We've just hit a reserve level charge high voltage battery. How about no? Let's see what our service menu is showing us here. Service says we still have 100% of power available. But we have one alert, and that's that we're not making it. That it thinks we're out. All right, so I say we exit here, and let's just risk it for the biscuit. Let's do one last loop. One exit this time. Just because the car thinks we have 15 miles remaining. Yeah, in theory, less air density should help a bit. But there's so many factors, of course. But yeah, that definitely does affect it slightly. Oh, I should get a Cybertruck. I don't really want a Cybertruck. Well, we've done that loop and we still have 4% left, so I say let's just do another one. We'll go up one exit and back, and I think we should be able to make it back here, hopefully, if everything goes according to plan. Why don't I want a Cybertruck? Have you seen what a Cybertruck looks like? But I don't really know. I mean, it's going to be awesome. Technically, it's going to be a very impressive vehicle, no question. It's just not for me. Yeah, we fixed the parking brake issue. Golf is ripping it. Proper Volkswagen motoring. I just don't have a reservation for a Cybertruck, so everyone's going to get it, do everything they can with it, grow every YouTube channel. You'll see a million YouTube channels grow out of people buying Cybertrucks, and then there's really nothing left for me to do at that point. Come on, traffic lights. Here comes a cool old Westfalia. That's awesome. That dude is in a hurry. Shredding. All right, back up to 70. Let's hope we can make it back. I didn't really do too many calculations, so let's see. The car thinks we will be good. 7. Yeah, I think we're fine. Let's do it. Resume 70 and rock and roll. Charging, 3% state of charge, 14 miles projected. That's insane. I just have to get a picture of that. That is cool. Yeah, we might lose the live stream here or there, but of course I'll come back in. Plug-in hybrids and mild hybrids are not even comparable, I would say. They have their place. Each form of powertrain electrification has its place. Yeah, I'll review the Cybertruck. Thanks for saying I'm the best. I don't think so, but there's a lot of great car reviewers out there. But I'll certainly, you know, one of you guys will buy it, let me drive it. I hope, at least. Getting close to the end here. Still sitting at 70. Getting passed by a Chevy Cruze. Can we make it up to the next exit after this? I don't think we can. Should we try that? See what the car thinks. At a stop. Car's gonna be like, nope, sorry, can't do it. Yeah, there's no way we can do it. That would be 18 miles round trip, and we only have 11 predicted, so that would not be possible. So let's cancel that plan. So this is the last loop. I know I've said that a couple times, but this thing just keeps going. Have I driven a hydrogen car? No, but I'd like to. All right, we are at, let's see, we're taking this next exit. We are at 3% state of charge. Here's our loop. The final loop. And here we go, taking this exit. Third gen Prius is a fantastic car. I totally agree. Does this truck know where he's going? I've reviewed a Prius Prime 2021 before, actually. Mountains ahead, beautiful. Wow, this really took the entire day. All right, truck, get out of our way. We got to rock and roll here. Our last loop, 3% state of charge, 10 miles remaining. Let's do this thing. Speed. Yeah, Brandon, you were with us for the Prius Prime Ferrari comparison. I'm glad we did that. We talk about that a lot, actually. I'm glad that happened. Resume back at 70. Come on. And we're moving. So if I look here at Saturday, okay, now actually look at this. Our max power has decreased. So it's just starting to come down here. You can see our tire pressures are set. We are at 9 miles remaining, and our max power is down to less than half now. That kind of just hit a wall. All right, let's film for the main video. Where did my phone go? Here we go. So if I hit this little home button and we go over to the service menu, it will actually tell us our max power, and you can see it's down to under half. So we are starting to get into throttle limitation. So that was definitely our last loop. We have 2% state of charge. So we're gonna pull off, you know, where we started, and then we'll take some back roads. But of course, I'll let you know the 70 mile per hour range, and then we'll try and keep it between 45 and 65 on back roads until this thing runs out. So I think that'll be pretty sweet. So we have gone 335 miles so far. I'll let you know what this thing does at 70. Yeah, so we're not quite in turtle mode, but I have no idea. I could go twice as long. I am like a camel. what car do I want for my next EV? I don't know. I mean, I want a Taycan, but and I'm going to order one, or it's on order, but we're waiting for an allocation. It's going to take a year. There probably will be something in between now and then that I'll buy. I don't know. Man, I am pumped. I can't believe this car went so far. That's crazy. I don't think we'll get 350, but it'll be in the 340s finished up for sure. For sure in the 340s. And you can see the augmented reality heads-up display here indicating that our exit is arriving soon. We have currently traveled 337 miles. I'm going to take it off of cruise control now, and then we are going to merge up off the highway here. The live stream audience has been great. We're live streaming on Out of Spec Motoring. Of course, you're watching this video on Out of Spec Reviews. And now let's go run this thing down all the way at sort of low speed, moderate roads. But 337 miles at 70 constants, pretty good. But let's see what the full range tests bring. We're down to 2%. Dang, this thing is a freaking monster. A monster, truly. All right, here we go. That's where we started, right down there. All right, now it's time to go till it don't go no mo. Getting spicy, as we say at Out of Spec. Should we have some Doritos? Definitely going for a Doritos. What do you guys think? Little Cool Ranch. Seven miles, 2%. Pretty good. Let's keep it rolling. Doing 40 miles an hour. Really want to get the speeds up. I actually like doing this in the middle of the night when no one's on this road, so I can just sit at 50, 55. I mean, 350 EPA is combined city and highway, so for it to get pretty much that is amazing, for it to pretty much match EPA in our test. So here the speed limit's 55. I'm just inching our way up there. We're doing 55 now. Dorito cam. We need like multiple camera angles in the car. Jordan, maybe we can work on like a live stream production setup to rig up the cars. Make your turn. I don't want to slow down. Thank you. Ripping along here at 57, 58 miles an hour, just cruising. Still pretty good speeds, I have to say. Still have 2% in 6 miles. It's getting exciting. This thing just doesn't want to die. Doing 60 miles an hour right now, and this is still pretty good speed. Not like we're cruising along at 30 miles an hour. This thing's still booking. Invited for dinner, yes, absolutely. If you're ever in Fort Collins, let us know. We'd be happy to invite you over to the office. Oh, so actually, you see this little dash here on the screen? That's our power limitation. So we're at about 41, 42% power limitation. So I'll keep an eye on that if it goes less, which it will go less. Interesting. All right. Still says we have 6 miles of range, so I guess we'll just keep driving. What do you guys say? Wow. Just does not want to die. 1% state of charge. 6 miles of projected range. How does that even add up? It doesn't add up. What? That doesn't make any sense. I gotta get another picture because this thing doesn't. So we just need to be mindful that the car might be lying to us because we're at 1% state of charge and it shows 6 miles. But we're just gradually increasing speed. You can see we still have the same. Yeah, I agree. Mercedes range estimate is nonlinear. That's what it seems to me. There goes the train. I just made a U-turn. I can't believe the camera cut out right when I was doing that. I made a U-turn right in the middle of the road. I didn't even have to hit reverse. 10 degrees of rear steer is insane. We're still at 1% state of charge. So time to run this thing out. Just cruising along. Wow. This is going to look a little bit awkward because it's going to look like we're merging on the highway the wrong way, but we're not, I promise. It's just a frontage road. 1% state of charge, 4 miles remaining now. Still have pretty good power, it feels like, at least. We are cruising along the frontage roads as we normally do here, doing between 50 and 60 miles an hour. We're at 1% state of charge, 4 miles to go. You can see our power meter right here is just over 40% of available power. We're not even in turtle mode yet. This is amateur hour. Let's just keep it rolling. They're coming right at us. I know at nighttime, this is really freaky because you don't really see the center median so well. And it's like, and then you're like tired after driving so long. You're like, wow, that's such an odd sensation. What was the most stunning national park I've been to? Glacier National Park is my favorite. I've been to most of them. Yeah, we're just cruising along at 55 miles an hour. So comfortable, this car. And the car's not really freaking out at us. There's no big warnings anywhere. It's just, yeah. Is this the longest range car I've ever tested? Yes, me personally, this is the longest range I've ever done in one sitting, that's for sure. And we're up to 342 miles driven so far. And I love that it has this wonderful power meter situation. What's my rescue plan? You know who you're dealing with here? You don't need rescue plans. You just bring it to the charger when it dies. Tom tested the Lucid, yes. Yes, the Tesla brake issue is fixed. I was thinking about turning left there, but now I'm not. Because there's too many cars. I'm going to turn left here and make a U-turn. We have 2 miles of range projected until it's out. Let's just cut in this way, make a U-turn. You guys want to see this incredible rear steering? Watch this. This is insane. Skirt. Rear steer. This is a huge car, and just in a 2-lane road, just busted a U-turn like nothing. Well, Tesla uses a rated range calculation, so if you match their rated range, it's actually pretty accurate, or at least close enough to being accurate. All right, here we are, pulling out onto the frontage road again. Gentle accelerations. Again, we still have about 40% of available power remaining. 2 miles left, 1% state of charge. Appreciate all you guys tuning in. This is super fun. Oh, it says we are in turtle mode. 0% state of charge, turtle mode active. And now we have turtle mode on. 0% state of charge. But we are, I think that kicks on when you hit 40% of available power left. Anyway, let's just scooch around this guy here. And yeah, 1 mile remaining. I would say we're roughly a mile away from the charger at this point. So let's just U-turn right here, shall we? So we'll go over this way. We will then just use this amazing rear steering to just crank U-turns in the middle of the road, which is the coolest thing about this car. And yeah, let's head back. We have, again, about 40% power reduction, well, 60% reduction to about 40% available. We got a cute little turtle on the display. Save the turtles. And we got to save this turtle. So we'll get it over to the charger here. And I'm impressed with the range, really impressed. You can cut out right at the most important part. Hopefully you're back. The phone died before the car did. Yep, 0%, 0 miles, just nursing it over to the charger. And I think we're pretty close enough back here. And it feels, yeah, I would say we would not be able to get maybe another mile or two, probably not 2, potentially another mile, but it's pretty much dead. It feels super lethargic. So let's back her into the charger and park. Let me film this and then I'll let you know what's going on. Flip around. And you can see turtle mode's on. We have 0%, 0 miles, big power cut. Maybe, like I mentioned, maybe we could do another mile out of it. I don't really think so, though. That throttle was pretty squishy. Anyway, it's pretty much completely out. I can't actually see how far we've gone because this turtle mode's in the way. So let's try and turn off the car. 344.3 miles on one charge. There's the live stream. Thumbs up to everyone over there for checking it out. And yeah, let's go plug this thing in. Yeah, now to see what kilowatts it gets at 0. I'll hook you guys up so you can watch, actually. Let's do that. Pulling you off of here and putting you over here. Forgive the view for a second. So let's get you locked in. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see what this thing can pull at 0. We're only at a 125 kilowatt charger, so it's not going to max it out all the way, but it will be interesting. Let's kick the car back on so the screen stays on. Fingerprint scan.
Hi, Kyle Connor.
Hi, Kyle Connor. Hello. Charging. Let me get it plugged in. Should be pretty sweet. Nice, ramping up. Ben Spreen is calling. Sorry, Ben, can't answer you right now. We're doing 45 kilowatts, ramping up. And we're juicing up just fine, ramping up. These CPE 250s on a 400 volt car can't really do more than 90-ish kilowatts. Maybe we see 100, perhaps, probably not, but it's doing 72 right now, maxed out. Gotta say, pretty impressive performance from the EQS. There's your range number. Let's look at the rest of the stats. There you go, the full thing. Yeah, so the accent lighting will respond to charging. Well, there we go. I'll probably charge it up to 20% or so and then charge it up when we get back to the office overnight, something like that. Seems like a pretty good range test. What do you guys think? I think that went perfectly. That was best conditions possible. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you staying with us this long. All right, now, guys, don't go sharing around the number, okay? We got to wait till the video's posted. Don't give away the secrets. I'm just joking. You can share whatever you want. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is open up the roof now. If you missed the range, you got to wait for the full video. Yeah, I really am impressed here. I mean, for a car, here's the stats again. For a car that is so big, it did 315 watt hour per mile. And this is on winter tires on the big wheels. That's insane. Granted, temperatures were great today, but and we had some crosswind. It wasn't perfect, but we had great traffic, good test. It was wonderful. Yep, really pleased. Why is what so low right now? Sorry. Yeah, we're not on a 350 kilowatt charger. Charger can only do 200 amps, as Brandon is saying. Yep, we'll have a proper EV6 range test coming. How often will we see live streams? I don't know. I guess we'll see how often we do testing. You guys seem to really like them, so I'll just keep doing them. I'm doing the testing anyway, and it's fun to bring you along the way for it. So this car maxes out at 200 kilowatts technically, because it can only do 500 amps at 400 and ish volts, whatever pack voltage is. But CCS maxes out at 500 amps. But it is to be said, I've never seen more than 160 kilowatts on EQS. So I'm going to be doing some charging testing later on. Yeah, I would say we got every last drop out of the pack according to that math. That's exactly the same math I was doing. We really, really squeaked everything out of this thing. How do you drive for that long? Oh, I love to drive. It's no issue. I don't even have to use the restroom. Like, I'm just fine hanging out here. It doesn't really have a smell, the EQS. I don't know what they were using to clean it, but it just smells like nothing. Well, it smells like Doritos now. All right, guys, well, I'm going to end the live stream. You can see we're charging up. We did the full range test. I appreciate you sticking around that long. I'll give you a look on the outside of the car just so you can see it if you would like that. So let's open up the door here. This one does not have the electric automatic doors, but that is coming in the future soon. You can see the double pane glass, which is really nice here. And here she is, juicing up. Good looking car. Actually, maybe not, but at least good looking wheels. So there you go. Thank you all for joining. Appreciate it. That was fun. Really impressed with the range. This thing is a big vehicle. It is large. And it's on, again, these Bridgestone winter tires with these large wheels. And I'm just impressed it did so far. Well, thanks all for tuning in. We'll see you on the next one.